life. And they're just whitewashed. Or like if you're somewhere like Newport Beach or like Huntington Beach in California, they're gonna act white. They're not gonna act all ghetto and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's all about your journey, your travels, your path. I mean, listening to like, ghetto people on here. I mean, I think it had the difficulty. You can put these ghetto rooms up on YouTube, but you cannot put these ghetto rooms up on Instagram. Meta filtration now is so intense.
Oh yeah, they're really like Zuckerberg cracked down on that shit
You can't
big
you
time.
can't even leave emoji comments. Like you cannot even just like leave like it is thought police. It is polite police. It is censorship. It's Big Brother. It's totally Orwellian what Zuckerberg is
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, Big Brother's watching out for you.
You can't criticize the elite. You can't criticize the politically powerful.
Well, so Edmund, when in the peak of COVID, there was a meta group that was started. It was called the Michigan People Against Excessive Quarantine, where we all just went there and bitched about our idiot governor, Shitmer. And Meta shut it down within like a week or 2 weeks. Where it was basically one big chat room and we talked about how stupid she was and all her draconian orders. And like to your point, there was an interview that Robert Kiyosaki did with Trump's second son, Eric, and YouTube took it down. And he didn't even say anything. He just wanted to know what was it like growing up, explain how you got into the business and different things like that. It was a good interview. But because it was a Trump, they took it down. Because they're a fucking communist-run organization.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
That is fucking the definition of Marxism.
It is.
When you take away the abolition of personal rights, free speech, and they didn't say anything derogatory or anything like that. He just literally was explaining his life growing up as a Trump kid.
I worked at Google for 3 months, and when they fired me, they walked me out of the building, and a black girl in a BLM shirt like waved to me goodbye.
Yeah.
And they were bringing in all these black kids by the hundreds, like showing them the Google office and giving them like STEM information, and it's just virtue signaling. But they're an evil organization that engages in thought control, mind control, censorship, violation of our constitutional freedoms. So they're horrible.
We had one like at my last company. In order to get your annual bonus, like they paid out in like whatever May, you had to do diversity, equity, and inclusion training and gender bias training. Because the HR even said, like, you better finish it by this day or else we hold your bonus hostage.
Man, I hope Trump actually like really breaks the government and starts selling off major assets and deconstructs the nanny state and the police state and the regime change state and the nation building state. Like I hope Trump like guts this thing, beheads it, starts like cutting its arms off, starts sawing its legs off, and like within like this is the thing. It's like this is the second mandate. This is what he didn't get after the first time. I hope he goes like fucking Grim Reaper, I really hope he brings a fucking hammer of destruction to this government because the government is the problem and the government is creating and perpetuating the culture. The government is the cancer. The government is the sickness. We the people are the solution. We the people are the ones being trampled down upon. I mean, everyone should be issued a Trump 38 snub-nosed revolver with a bag of ammunition and a pocket-sized Trump constitution. Holy fuck, you want to talk about a business? Direct response? Come out with a Trump constitution, I mean, like brand it Trump and get people colonial again, make them patriots.
Well, I mean, that's the only way to do things, and I think this time he's going to do things different. I think he learned. Like my hope is with this Doge thing that they really. Well, you heard what Elon Musk said. He is talking about having government workers come into the office 5 days a week. Or else, if they don't want to come in, they'll lose their job. But he's giving them a basically an ultimatum.
Yeah, well, I mean, the worst thing is forcing people to come and to sit in a cubicle to get paid to do nothing. If you think that that is a productivity, you are fucking retarded. And I've
Yeah,
worked for the government for the past 5 years, and you time and attendance, they will fire you if you don't comply to their time and attendance, because they are in that mindset that if you're not in your workstation, you're not working. But
right.
truth is, we're not really doing work, and it's mostly
Well, you're not
just
doing anything productive. Yeah, to your point, it's not like you're doing something productive to build bridges, build buildings, build roads, whatever. You're not. Like, I remember when I worked for a CPA firm as a taxation accountant. Like, God forbid, if you were like looking at property tax statements at the end of the year to do tax return or whatever, and you had to get a hold of a city worker, my coworker said, "Don't even bother after 2:00 on a Friday," because. Or what we had to do.
2 o'clock. Don't even bother on a Friday. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Oh God, Edmund, like the state, like I was talking to our senior manager of state and local taxation, and she's like, I dread calling states to get tax information on entities because it's like pulling teeth, and then they just pay to pass the phone around. So like they are so fucking incompetent and so lazy, and there's no motivation. It's why bother. I also think too, it's gonna be interesting when he like the Doge looks at all the waste we have in government.
It's unbelievable. I mean, the omnibus bill was like their last attempt to try to squeeze out another trillion of fraud.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But the thing is too is with this like Doge thing, like look at what Elon Musk did with X or Twitter. I think he did some good there. Did he get rid of like 40% of the staff?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he just returned it. He returned the platform to the engineers and took all the women and marketing and branding and all the bullshit artists out of the equation. All the people slowing it up. I mean, they didn't even have social audio. you know, they weren't even competing with Clubhouse. Like they were just like an elitist institution playing like this social media like position of authority and credibility because like they're one of the original. Um, but yeah, I mean, I've been recording Elon every night as much as possible. And I got to tell you the truth, like I don't have much faith in him either. I think he's like neurotic. He doesn't know how to slow down. It's like when you listen to him, it's like listening to somebody on Clubhouse with a ton of money, but still somewhat immature. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say like if he's going to be successful in what he's doing because I mean everybody's gonna die. So like he eats buttered steak every night and says he doesn't take a shit for 2 days. Like, he's out there. So he's not living a balanced lifestyle. Like if you or I were worth 400 billion, you and I would just drop out of society. We would just maintain our health as much as possible, live a very secure life, and like bless those around us. Instead, he's like a workaholic. He plays video games all night. Like that's the thing is like he's depressed.
Yeah, that is very, very weird. Um,
He's depressed. I mean, he's got what? How many fucking kids? How many wives living on a compound in Texas that doesn't even spend time with them? He plays video games all night on social audio X. He's like a child.
So, like, look at Warren Buffett, though. That guy's another one. Do you see what that guy eats? He eats McDonald's for breakfast. He probably eats a double quarter pounder for lunch, and he drinks 4 to 5 cans of cherry Coke a day. And then, because he owns Dairy Queen,
yeah,
he has like basically a lifetime pass. He eats like a Dairy Queen Blizzard every day.
But that's what's in your memory, and that's what was reported on. But you don't know what he's doing tonight for dinner. Like, to think that he just eats junk food every day is ridiculous. I mean, he probably goes to exquisite restaurants, exquisite parties, eats foie de gras, eats fucking $1,000 gold leaf steaks. I mean, but the thing is, if you overeat, it doesn't make a difference. Like, it's unhealthy to overeat, and so you really want to optimize your eating by just eating the highest quality foods you can and not eating much. Like those monkey studies, when they've prolonged monkeys' lives like 80% by doing like intermittent fasting and starvation diets. It's the calories that kill us. It's the calories that make us diabetic. But you still want to eat healthy.
But do you think though, like this whole RFK, I think he might do some good.
Yeah, RFK leads the way. I mean, I trust him. Guy's been sober
like,
30 fucking years.
Edmund, you've seen the same shit on like Instagram or Facebook or Meta or whatever on social media. Look at a school lunch in America versus Italy or France, okay? And that tells you everything. Or you look at pictures of families going to the beach in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or even 80s and early 90s when we were kids. Like, how many fucking fat fucks or morbidly obese people did you see? Like, almost none. Now it's like these people are so fucking fat, their picture weighs 10 pounds. I mean, like, look at our cereal. Like, just compare us. Like, here in Michigan, I could just go hop over to Canada in an hour, and you can see the difference.
It's amazing how when you're a kid, you think cereal is like an actual food product. And when you become older, you're like, Jesus Christ, like that shit is fucking fake as fuck. It's like manufactured, it's processed, it's horrible for you. And especially if you eat the sugar ones, like Cocoa Pebbles and shit.
No, the sugar ones are. I used to beg my mom to get those, like, remember the variety packs at the grocery store?
Yeah. Even the chips.
We used to go, and we used to be like, Mom, you gotta get these. And like, I thought it was so cool that I could have like a different box every day. Or I used to try to like convince her to get me like, what was it? They had Cookie Crisp. You're basically eating cookies for breakfast. It's like, my God.
Yeah, I mean, man, I gotta say, like X, the fact that Musk bought X, it's not just about him. It's even about Alex Jones. Like they just had Elizabeth Warren say that Elon Musk stopped the government from funding child cancer research. Meanwhile, nobody will admit that child cancers are up 50,000% because of the ZAV. And I mean, yeah, we're just living in like we were living in a highly controlled bubble, and Elon Musk plunged that $40 billion into the atmosphere. I mean, where did that money probably just went back to like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan.
Oh yeah. It always does. I mean,
because they retire the shares, and all those pensions and all the broker wire dealers that hold those shares like got their $40 a share or whatever he bought it at.
Yeah. They just buy out all the shareholders basically. What they do is they just say, here, you're being bought out. You're going to get this. But the other thing too that's interesting, because automotive is such a big thing in Michigan. I work in automotive industry. We're shutting down one of our factories and moving it to Mexico, and we're basically doing like half of another factory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So but they're not like, my company's good. It's a European company, so they're not kicking people to the curb. They're going to try to find them jobs at like the other entities, and they're giving severance packages and things like that. But like with Trump's thing of like a 25% tariff on Mexico imported goods, I mean, that's what he says. I don't think it's going to be that much, but
Well,
Like these labor unions are so bad.
dude, the leadership of these things are like the most fucked up human beings you could possibly imagine.
Go look up Sean Fain, the leader of the
Yeah,
UAW here in
yeah,
Michigan. Like
yeah.
he's bragging about these record contracts, okay,
The guy
right?
is disgusting.
Every fucking car now is like $40,000 plus. Nobody's gonna buy it.
I know.
Like nobody's buying these.
Maybe you think they'll do like some kind of cash for clunkers kind of thing again, where the government will subsidize like a $10,000 purchase. Yeah, I bet you Trump does that. We're going to help you get new cars. We're going to jump kick the American automotive industry again. We're going to give you a $10,000 tax credit if you buy a new Ford, GM, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge. You know, I mean, that's what they're going to do. Like, did you see Trump? Yeah. Trump even wants to like raise the debt limit because he views that as they're trying to fuck him.
That's funny. Well, the thing is that he'll basically go to China and be like, "Fuck you, we're not paying you back."
Well, what do you think about controlling the Treasury to compete with the Federal Reserve and have the U.S. start issuing, currency again that is not borrowed from the Federal Reserve, but actually like U.S. like a new currency that the Treasury puts out that competes with the dollars?
I don't think that that's a bad thing. I mean, here's the thing: is the Fed and the Treasury have to be independent. And what happened? He put that cunt Janet Yellen, Biden did, in charge of our Treasury. Like that's fucking communism.
But just to say it's independent, like it's not independent. It's like codependent.
It isn't. It isn't, but they try to claim it is.
Yeah, so it's all just fucking communication spam. Like they're just liars. They're fraudsters using words to obfuscate the truth of the actual book. You know, if you go to that us.clock.org and you look at the balance sheet or the book of the United States, you're like, dude, every American, if they were to liquidate all the assets in the entire country, every American would still probably owe $5,000 to $10,000. And I mean, that's a total liquidation. That would mean the whole government shuts down. They sell all the buildings, all the land. They sell every asset they have, and they give it all to every American. Everybody still owes 10 grand to the bankrupt government. So, but that's in a total liquidation, and we're never going to liquidate. So everybody is carrying a $600,000 debt, and when you're born, you're probably $1 million in debt to the government.
Correct.
The unfunded liabilities are over $220 trillion just for pensions. The Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security is another like $200 trillion.
Edmund, they don't know. They have estimates. But like here was the thing. Social Security was cool if you started collecting, 63, 64 and died at 67. Then it works out. But once you start living longer, you're fucked. Yeah. Same thing with Medicare. Medicare is even worse than Social Security because Medicare is literally bankrupt in like 2 years. Well, it already is bankrupt.
Yeah, totally bankrupt. But the other thing is all these property taxes are unsustainable for the homeowners as well.
Yep.
So I don't know. I think the solution is to just kill it, like gut it, like crush it, smash it, grind it up, spit it out.
Like, you know what? I mean, I like the one what's his face, like Malay is doing.
Yeah.
In Argentina, he's doing the right thing.
That's the ethical thing. Trump has to be like Malay. He has to every week. Everybody's like, Jesus Christ, he just sold the post office to Goldman Sachs.
But that's the right thing. Look at what Macron did in France, where he raised the retirement age. You used to be able to retire, collect their version of Social Security or government pension at 60. Yeah. And Macron was like, no, we're doing it 62. And people are rioting and fighting in the streets. I'm like, if you want to somewhat make these programs somewhat sustainable, that's what you have to do. The best thing to do is just rip the Band-Aid off fast and be like, look, we're done with this.
We're so far away from the truth, though. Like the fact that, he could, even in France, that they could raise it to 62. It means that there's like a compact or an implicit or I guess complicit like agreement between retirees and the banking industrial complex, because they view it as like, if you can't support me with $1,000 a month so I can live and have a minimum basic standard of living, and then you're going to tell me that you're not, because they're going to have to lower all these pensions. Like, they're going to have to adjust. It's unsustainable. They're
That's what they did.
In Chicago, they're borrowing 80 cents on the dollar to pay out every pension every month. They're borrowing 800 million a month to pay out $1 billion in pensions. What? It's like nobody knows what's happening. I mean, people are unaware of what our politicians are doing. Like, they're screwing us, and they
Yeah,
have to make reductions.
and the other thing too, Edmund, is like some of these pension boards. I read this book. I mean, if you want to read it or watch the YouTube podcast of Ted Siddell, he's on like Rich Dad Poor Dad, and Robert Kiyosaki did it all on these pensions, because this is what this guy did. He was like a leading whistleblower attorney, and what they would do is they would be like a municipality, right? And they would have different people sit on the pension board. Now, they have someone who's director of Parks and Rec, a policeman, a firefighter, and something of like one of these other bullshit agencies. What do they know about money? They don't. But Goldman Sachs would take them on like this fancy trip to Hawaii and tell them that they have above average returns on the pensions, and they did it. And like all these people were like, they basically stole from them. And now they can't pay on like any of these liabilities.
See, this is what needs to happen. We need some municipal leader to divest of Wall Street and say, you know what, the market's really high right now. We have projected like a 20% decline in the market over the next 3 to 5 years. We'll have to borrow to pay our pensions because we're already on the balance. We're already nearly broke. So if some municipal leader did that and divested and closed the pensions and closed the contributions and the matching and all that, and they refunded it all, and they got out of the pension game, and then they lowered property taxes and simplified and streamlined, municipal services, um, like that would be like revolutionary. Like, we need to, it has to start locally. Like, some local government has to divest from financial advisors and asset managers, because those people making 1 to 2% a year on the municipal pension funds and all that stuff, like over a 20-year period, like you have to have like a 20 to 40% ROI just to pay the asset manager. So it's a huge fucking money making stream from beginning to end, and basically all the baby boomers are gonna suck up all the fucking remaining resources, and all these younger people in their 20s and 30s. I go to the bar and there's this kid, like he's joining the army, and I'm like, you're probably going to go to Ukraine. You know that, right? I was like, because it's a business. And I was like, stay alive. That's your job. And you can't win the war by dying. He's like, yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, it's funny too, like when these people say when their pension got taken away, they're like, it was promised to me. Well, that's assuming that the fund stayed solvent, and it didn't. Like, like all these companies here, Edmond and Michigan, like they were giving pension buyouts, basically saying, okay, and you know how it goes, actuarial numbers, boom, 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 boom. They looked at it like, okay, you have this many, and honestly, you're better off just taking the buyout, because if that fund goes under, it goes to the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corp that Bush created. Well, that's pretty much bankrupt in 2 years. And you don't get 100 cents on it. You get like whatever, 50 cents. So they have no clue like how big this problem is.
See, this is why the Federal Reserve can't stop inflating, because the reason why the market is so high is because there's so much dollar supply, and the Federal Reserve, when they do their TARP and their other mechanisms, they're buying stocks. And so they're inflating the price of stocks, but they're also raising the total amount of dollars in the marketplace, because mom and pops and banks and retail or they're selling their positions and getting into cash. So the Federal Reserve doesn't just have to print cash, they can buy stocks to put more cash into the marketplace because they're buying people out. And so what I'm saying is is that um like the inflation and the way they're controlling all this, like this is not this is just so legacy, and like we just take it for granted. But I think it's one of those like philosophical questions where it's like, is it moral and ethical to have banking monopolies control our entire existence? Because if they wanted to like really inflate it, I mean, it would be patriotic to actually just borrow trillions of dollars, or borrow 35 trillion and just say, hey, everybody, we're not bankrupt, but we're even. And then force all the other countries to come to our Federal Reserve window and say, hey, we want our money back. And we're like, sorry. you know? Like just call it even. Like that's why Trump says it's psychological. He's like, the fact that they won't raise the debt limit, it's just purely psychological. So the velocity of money is what's happening. It's 1.5 million every second is added to the database in order to keep the whole thing afloat. And I don't know, it's all private and secret. Like during COVID, the Federal Reserve got Congress to give them secret meeting privileges where they can have completely closed door meetings on policy and not have to. There's no auditing, there's no transparency, but also their international dealings through the World Bank. So I mean, you'd have to be in banking to even know what's happening. And journalists like the Financial Times, et cetera, like when they did the COVID buyout, they went to BlackRock, the government, and said, buy us $2 trillion. What did they do? They just bought out their junk debt. They went to all the dead debt and just bought it and injected all the cash into the system by buying junk debt. So, man, finance is great if you're in it. It's great.
Because here's the thing: when I try to tell people when they say, "Oh, look at the asset prices," or "Look at how much the stock market's gone up," yeah, do you know in 2000 gold was what, like $350 an ounce, and now it's almost 2,700, or even Bitcoin? It's not the value hasn't gone up of gold. That's how much value the dollar has lost. And just price like the S&P 500. Like whatever it was back then to it is now, and price it in gold, and that tells you everything you need to know. That's how much your currency's been debased.
Yeah, I really like Thomas Massey. You know who he is?
Yeah, Thomas Massey's a good one. I like Chip Roy too.
Yeah.
Chip Roy's another one. He was calling out this fucking spending bill. And he said, no, let's not raise the debt ceiling. Yeah, Massey's a great one. He's like a Ron Paul.
House Judiciary GOP News. Chairman Jim Jordan Massey demand information from over 60 U.S.-based asset managers regarding their involvement with the Net Zero Asset Managers NZAM initiative, a woke ESG cartel. I don't know, man. Like I just like the concept of dropping out. Like if you can get to a financial point where you can actually disengage from even all the communication and all the problems. I mean, maybe it's not ethical, but you know, getting out of all of this is like that's the dream. Like that is the American dream, is to essentially have enough money to not have to work anymore, you know? Do I sound constipated?
Yeah. Rich people don't work for money. They got assets working for them. Like
the problem is these property taxes. Like there's owners that have $3 million, $6 million houses that have to pay 50, 60,000 in property taxes, and they're not working anymore. Just over like a 10-year period, you're looking at like $500,000 that they didn't have. So they're angry and they need to vote all these pieces of shit out of government. Like we have horrible parasites and predators leading us, like unethical, unsustainable, criminal. In Chicago, the woman responsible for all the property taxes is making millions of dollars on the side. There's so much conflict of interest.
Edmund, Chicago's pension is so fucked right now. isn't it like 30% funded?
It's less than that. They're borrowing.
Are you
20.
serious? Less than 30?
They're borrowing 80 cents on the dollar to pay out the monthly pensions
Oh my
already.
God.
I saw it. I saw the internal reporting. They borrow from Chase Bank, from JP Morgan Chase, to pay the pensions.
We in Michigan here, when Detroit went bankrupt, the part of the bankruptcy is like, they go through restructuring. The people getting pensions from the city of Detroit got 92 cents on the dollar, and they were bitching about it. I'm like, that's pretty good. That's very good. But what they did was, like, again, they are so poorly funded. If they're borrowing 80 cents on the dollar, like, the day of reckoning is going to come. When I was in Chicago in, like, God, 2018 or 19, my friend and I, we drove up there, went to Wisconsin. They were saying, oh, Chicago, just lowered the taxes of the people. Yeah, they lowered the income tax, and then they raised your sales tax. So it didn't matter, because they were very strategic about it, because you guys get a lot of tourists there, so just stick it to the tourists on top of the citizens.
Man, do you think there'll be like social upheaval? I'm seeing even in Germany right now. Fucking German men are like getting super pissed about all the fucking problems in their country.
No, and the problem is in Germany is, because I work for a German company, they have so many high social programs, and like my coworker was telling me, you can say that you're stressed at work, and they'll literally pay for you to go to like a spa for 3 weeks, and like and I just asked him, I go, just out of curiosity, let's say you make maybe 120, 150 a year. I go, what's your tax rate? I mean, I know it's high, it's like about 40, 45%. I go, what's it cost for a pair of Levi's jeans? He's like, on sale about $95. I was like, holy shit. He's like, yeah, but we have free healthcare and free college. But here's the thing, not everyone gets to go, because the government makes you take like a test, and they say, okay, you're either going to go to college or you're going to go to like a trade, right? Because like the government isn't going to just let you go party at like whatever University of Chicago for 4 years and just drink a bunch of beer and flunk out. They don't allow that.
What are you doing? What are you doing tonight?
Like, what's that? No, I'm gonna go meet up. I'm gonna go meet up with a friend. So I'm going out in a bit. I'm just chilling right now. But I don't know, Edmund. Like I see the way like what Germany's done and how fucked their economy is because of their high import tax. Basically, Trump was right when he was saying that, how we're getting ripped off. How the fuck can we bring in a car to Japan and they charge us like 25%, right? And they come in and bring in a Toyota and we only charge them 2%?
Yeah, I don't know. Dude, you know how many fucking car lots I see in Chicago that are just tons of brand new cars, tons of Jeeps. Like, no one is ever going to buy this shit. No one. I mean,
dude, they're like $50,000. My coworker said his wife just bought one of those like Wranglers, and it wasn't like the highest end one. It was like almost $50,000. I'm like, are you kidding me? And they're sitting on, like, I'm reading these reports, and they're sitting on like 110 days of inventory.
Dude, my friend, who probably only makes like $80,000 a year, fucking took out a $70,000 loan at like 5% to buy a new Jeep.
You can do that?
Yeah.
I thought they limit you.
No, he bought a. I was like, "Are you out of your fucking mind?" He wants to go out tonight. I'm like, "So what do you do? Show up to your potential client's business and say, hey, I just spent $250 driving here. Can I have a little business?" He's like dying laughing. He's like, "Fuck, you're right." And I'm like, well, why didn't you just do Toro and like fucking use a rental car to figure out if you can even profitably, use a vehicle for business or whatever? And he just rushed into it, and I warned and warned. And I told him many times, I'm like, do not go into debt over a fucking vehicle. You're crazy.
Well, I had a friend who is in a similar situation, but his car's like 11 years old. He's like, it's just time for me to get a new one. But he got a small loan. He's like, I got 10 grand and I'm going to pay it off in a year or two. I was like, okay, that's reasonable. But my neighbor, his kid is like, I don't know, like 28, 29. I think she's like 29. She got married like 3 years ago, and 2 years ago, she had twins, right? So she was telling me, and her husband was telling me a couple weeks ago, oh, we'd love to buy a house, but it's so expensive. We can't find anything. I go, what are you paying on rent? She's like, oh, like $1,600 on like a 2-bedroom condo, which is rent's pretty reasonable here in Metro Detroit. So she's driving a brand new fucking Tahoe, right? And I go, what are you paying on that? She's paying like $670 a month, and her husband's driving a Mercedes, and he leases that one. So that's about $600 a month. I'm like, you're leasing it. You don't even own it? And you have 2 small children. You don't have any pets. You're not fucking like towing a boat or a trailer or anything like that. Why do you need a Tahoe?
Plus all the insurance, plus the upkeep. I mean, like I get a good deal here in Chicago because I don't have to pay property taxes. So I'm just like in a position where I'm like so blessed because of, really the laws. And it's all because I'm a veteran. But I look at it and I just realize that like we are because we've gone so far into debt, our culture, our society can't stop chronically working because we all have to keep going just to pay the government to live in our fucking houses. Like that's the primary expense. I mean, plus all the services, the water, the garbage, the sewer, it's out of control and the prices just keep going up. So like our society has fucked itself for fucking 40, 50 years. Like, when the toll roads and the roads are built and paid off and you got billions of dollars in bonds to maintain them, you stop fucking charging people to use the fucking highway. Like taxes are not supposed to be perpetual. They're supposed to be limited. Like we have no representation. Our laws mean nothing. We have no constitution. We're just ruled by communist clown overlords.
Right.
We need Millier. Trump has to be Millier times 1,000.
Yeah. No, I like when Millier was going up there and he put on like, a whiteboard, all the government agencies, and he started ripping them down one by one.
I fucking love that guy, man. I want to go there and just go to that country because of him.
He plus girls from Argentina are hot as hell, but they're Latinas, so we know that they're batshit crazy, but they're fucking gorgeous. Man, some of the best looking women in the world are from Colombia, Venezuela, and Argentina.
I went out with this Indian doctor last night. She's like born in India, but she's very American. She's been living here, 30 years. And I didn't even ask her if she was a Trumper, but she carries a gun. And she was telling me a story about how she fired some black woman who worked for her and like left her a bad Google review, vandalized her office, made death threats to her. And she's like, I have fired 39 people in 2 years. She goes, I carry a gun because people are crazy. And like, I'm just like, good for you. Like, you really do, like, you really got to be a boss. Like, you got to protect yourself. I mean, because there's crazy, toxic people out there that just, like, they're willing to throw away their life because they're angry.
Edmund, okay, just go to California, and I'm sure you've been there. Compare Los Angeles County, cross the border when you get to Orange County, and you see how everything changes.
Yeah.
Because you go to Irvine, it is very fucking far right there. You see Trump signs everywhere. And it's very clean. It's one of the safest cities. The people are nice. Good schools, everything. You don't see homeless people shooting up fentanyl and shitting on the streets. They don't put up with that shit. But in LA, where you have nothing but fucking communist dictators running that city.
Yeah.
I mean,
why can't Trump start doing arrests like in sanctuary cities? I've heard calls that arrests should be made of governors, mayors, city councils who, refuse to enforce the law. Like if the federal government doesn't become fascist this time around, they're just anti-American. Like, but I know it's so big, so it's like, and Trump is just one guy sitting in an office saying, do this. So like, is his czar, is his agency head gonna do it? And if the employees refuse to do it, are they just gonna mass terminate? Like, it's time to really fucking start running this thing like a business, because if they don't turn it around, I mean, we're already communistic. We're so communistic. We are a communist empire. I mean, what are they like? What are they going to do? I just saw a report today that Biden's been lying about the number of soldiers in Syria, and like when during the debate, that stupid cunt fucking piece of trash that was running Kamala, she's like, we have, for the first time in American history, we have no soldiers deployed overseas in active war zones. And then immediately, like the next day, you see videos of soldiers in Syria looking at each other saying, what the fuck?
Yeah. Or how about this one? They just passed that bill to send more money to Ukraine.
Dude,
Did they just send like another $100 billion plus?
Do you know how much money must be getting sent like to offshore banking?
Oh God, yeah. Well, look at like how much. Like I was reading an article about how much Swiss banks have like how many people have started moving their money because, dude, Edmund, in the beginning, early 2000, $1 was worth 1.8 Swiss francs. Now it's worth like 0.95 Swiss francs, 0.9 Swiss francs. Like Switzerland's like backed by gold. Well, they were until like 2000. Like their inflation rate, the highest it got was like 3% during this whole mess. And you see what they did to the Muslims there in Switzerland?
They like got rid of the burqa ban, or did a burqa ban?
Yep, starting January 1st. And they basically told the Muslims, fuck you, you're not building mosques here. They like stood up to the Muslims. Japan doesn't grant citizenship to them, and they don't allow Black Lives Matter flags there.
I looked at a building.
Rainbow flags.
I looked at a building here in Chicago for sale. It was like a big building, and my friend's a big investor. He's like, "Fuck, there's a Black Lives."
Drop off real quick. Okay. I got a call. Hold on, I gotta drop off for a bit. I gotta grab a call.
Okay, sounds good.
Penelope got a big ass head.
Okay, I'm on stage.
And you ugly.
You got removed to me?
No, I ain't joined that room. I joined trap room.
Okay, let's just slide it. I'm on stage in there.
You think I'm finna go in this bitch room and let her mute me?
Let's just see what they on.
You sound slow as hell. I ain't never did no dumb ass shit like that, DJ Pooh. You know me. Come on now. Like, let's be realistic.
That fucking that Bishop Whitehead and Giddy ass. You got the nerve to come up in fucking Luigi's face.
Richest people.
Understand his frustration. I would never support it. Rockstar's my dog. Like,
Man, they like fucked the app up even worse. I cannot believe what they did to the Clubhouse app. They like made the navigation ridiculously big.
Dude, literally, so look at every fight now. Look at every event. It has that fucking Riyadh season logo. Everywhere.
Yeah, Riyadh. Yeah, the Riyadh season. I think because they're bought it. They said the UFC.
Well, yeah, they have ownership in the UFC for sure.
Yeah. So it looks like that John Jones.
I don't think this is a profit maximum. I think this whole thing is and I think Shake Turkey just gave her.
Indeed, I'm confirmed.
I think the thing that's happening though is
Indeed,
they're like this isn't. I think this is a cost center for them. I don't think that they're looking to get investment return directly from these like fights or F1 or UFC or whatever boxing. I think they're just trying to become like they're trying to do what Dubai did. Like you know how like Dubai is now like. Yeah, we're watching. We're talking about it. But I think they're just like trying to become like a cosmopolitan destination. Like, you know, no one would go to Saudi Arabia to vacation before. Like 15 years ago, people weren't going to Dubai. Maybe 15 years ago, like 25 years ago, people weren't going to Dubai. And now Dubai is like as ubiquitous as like, you know, going to the Caribbean or going to fucking Thailand or going to Europe. You know, it's like a place to go. And I think that's what these guys are trying to do. It's like becoming a cosmopolitan place to be.
Usyk made $105 million on this.
That's amazing.
It's $190 million split 55.
Hey, somebody go orange pill this fuck, man. You can go buy a few Bitcoin with $105 million.
I can try.
It's funny.
Yeah, Andrew, put in a line to cousin Alexander.
For that fight with Aspinall, you heard he said he wanted fuck you money. Did you hear what they offered him and he accepted?
No, what was it, 20 million?
30.
Oh, okay. That's probably what
Who was that? Who accepted that?
John Jones.
Hey,
Florida
Bitcoin will also
accept right now. I don't know if it's all official yet. But...
By the way, as much as people think that John Jones is scared of Tom Aspinall, I don't think he's scared of Tom Aspinall at all, to be clear. But he has been weird. But he's been weird as fuck. I always think that the Pereira fight would be an easier win for him. So I think that.
Well, I mean,
and
the money
also
hasn't been there, right?
And the money would be way bigger for the Pereira fight. Like just raw, like they probably have to just. I think they're subsidizing this fight with Aspinall, but I think Pereira Jones is just. Dude, Pereira's.
I agree.
Pereira's like a fucking icon.
Yeah, it's more of a super fight for sure.
Tom Aspinall is kind of like. I mean, he's a good fighter, and he's like, you know, but he's like nobody. Like, dude. If Pereira's like he's going everywhere. People are recognizing him everywhere right now. That's like if Tom Aspinall went through a mall in Chicago right now, nobody would recognize him. If Pereira went through a mall in Chicago right now, there'd be like people yelling "Chama."
Yeah, it's definitely a bigger fight. I don't even know how.
And you gotta believe, like, how many more fights does John Jones have at a high level? You know, like he's starting to deteriorate, man. Like, I think he's injured all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's scared of Aspinall.
Oh, wow.
Aspinall, I think, does show, like, him that he does scare him a little bit, and he got in his head a little bit, but I don't think he's scared of him.
I think John Jones is like, even if John Jones is scared of him, I still pick John Jones in the fight. Wow, Andrew, this is a crazy story, man. I just saw the link you sent me. That's crazy. That's so fucking.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Well, I mean, the story also talks about Tyson's book. I've never read it, but he talks about this in his book as well.
I didn't know he wrote a book.
Yeah.
Or before this article. Sorry. Well, who's the next contender then? For Jeff or like what fight makes sense for Usyk?
Oh, this fucking Dubois guy just got
Oh yeah.
stuck his nose in again. But he already beat him once. Usyk beat him already.
Is he on a win streak or something, or like what's the compelling reason to bring him back?
You just
No
beat
one else?
Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
Who was they beat like 3 times, all stuff.
So you're talking about, just to be clear, you're talking about the really dark black guy that fucking
Yeah.
knocked out Joshua
Yeah, that
after
guy
he was
right there,
stumbling
that's
or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
In the tan suit.
What is that?
What is what?
He's got some, is that like, it's probably some Ukrainian sword or some shit.
Well, I'm not watching. What does it look like?
Looks like I don't know, looks like a very ancient sword. It's like a bow type of, so I don't know what those are called. Oh, maybe it's in Europe somewhere.
It's a sablet.
Oh, it's a something. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's probably like, what is it, like a
Saber. Saber.
saber, yeah. Oh, that's from Cossacks, yeah, Ukrainian saber. It's from that era of the world's weapons. It was very effective for horse.
No, but he's
horseback.
holding. He's like holding it proud. He's like showing it to everybody. He's like.
Ну это Усик, да. He's that's his mustache, man. You're supposed to have mustache, but he doesn't.
At his level, he can have whatever the hell he wants.
That's so funny. Tony Soprano, if he was born in 2021. Clubhouse. I'm assuming he's talking about Dildo Porter.
I had to explain to my children this morning why I referred to Dennis Porter as Penis Porter.
Penis Dorter. Oh, Penis Dorter? Oh, that's interesting. How did you explain that one?
Well, I said that using the word penis is a less vulgar way to say adult version of, basically I meant like.
Or I know, but couldn't you also just say that we were also just talking about, you could just be like, it's an actual medical term, and when used in a medical setting, or go that through, but then you're lying.
Yeah, no, I explained that he, stole somebody's work and claimed that it's his own.
That's a better lesson. lesson.
Yeah.
Hey, you're better at this, Andrew.
Say again?
You're better at this.
Oh, I don't know about that.
You know what it is? I'm rusty now, I only have halftime. I'm on the bench half the time. Oh, I have good news for everyone. Starting today, sun will start to set a little later every day. Day will be a little brighter, hopefully, every day. For a few months here. Headed in the right direction, fam.
Want to say that again, John? What are you working on?
It's the solstice. Today's winter solstice. So sun will start setting later and later. The tide is shifting. Wait, it's solstice, right? Is it, or is it equal?
Solstice.
Yeah.
3 days.
Yeah, summer, winter.
It's winter solstice.
Yes, thank you.
And if you're in the southern, it's summer.
So apparently there's a little bit of like apparently the fans think that Fury won.
I was listening to live commentary, and it was like back and forth, but it sounded like Usyk edged him.
I watched those last 2 rounds, and they have them. All right, this is the viewers' verdict scorecard. I watched the 2 rounds, and I thought Usyk won both those rounds.
Yeah,
but they have. This is how they have it: 10-10 round 1, 10-9-2, 10-9-3. This is Fury. 10-10, 10-9. So the first round that they actually had Usyk winning on like the viewer or whatever thing was round 6. It looks like Usyk turned around in the second half, according to this. I want to watch the whole fight. I only watched 2 rounds.
I remember first 4 going to Fury initially. Yeah. Like from commentary and just by listening in, you know.
Sometimes the fucking commentators are shit. Like Daniel Cormier is so bad. He's so tough to listen to for the UFC fights. I'm sure you love him, Jeff. But I hate listening to DC.
Rogan is pretty bad too.
I mean,
Rogan will say someone is being choked out, and they're not getting out, and then 5 seconds later they're standing up.
Yeah, 5 seconds later, Armand's heads out of Charles Oliveira's guillotine or whatever. I hear you, but Rogan's so OG that you kind of he's like Howard Cosell, in the last days. So you kind of just put up with him. But DC is an actual UFC fighter, and he just oftentimes if you watch the fucking fight, he clipped him with a left. And I'm like, no, he didn't. And then I'll rewind it in live. He didn't fucking touch him. He just makes it if you listen to DC, you literally could be altered in terms of your view on who wins the fight or not. He's so bad. I swear to God, it happens all the time. You know who's great? I think who's pretty good in terms of I shouldn't say great. I think they're all pretty shitty. But I think Paul, whatever his name is, the red hair dude, I think he's better than DC. And I also think Dominic Cruz is better than. Yeah, he's better than both of them. Except for in the Conor fight. He's such a Conor fucking cocksucking, dude, Khabib was fucking him up so bad. It's every time, Cruz would say something to, offset it or whatever, Khabib would just do the, you know what I mean? He'd be like, oh, I don't know why Conor isn't getting up. And then Khabib would smash an elbow in his head or something. It was
he said something retarded, Conor was tiring out Khabib by taking punches.
Oh, yeah, by taking punches. That's what it was. Thank you. That's what it was. He's like, yeah, Khabib's got to worry about tiring out. And, Joe Rogan calls him out. You mean, what do you mean? He's, smashing his face while Conor's barely, Conor has to, hold up his weight. And he's got his weight on his chest, Yeah, it looks like Daniel Dubois is, looks like the next fight that everyone wants to see, according to this fan.
Already beat him once.
Who's winning the Usyk Fury fight?
Oh, Usyk already won.
Oh.
But who?
Oh,
He
Usyk
looks like
won.
he beat all these guys. I think all the other 3 guys he beat too.
Yeah, Usyk beat everyone.
So what is he gonna do? Just retire?
I guess he's gonna fight the law again. Who knows why? He should just retire.
Dude, these UFC guys are so stupid. There's like no heavyweight talent, and they can make so much more money as heavyweight boxers and take way less damage. They should just focus on boxing.
I don't think there are any good UFC fights anytime soon.
Islam card is going to be good.
Yeah, but when is that?
February 1st, maybe?
Oh, is it? It's not that far away, I guess.
No, I think the January card looks okay, no?
Who's on that one?
Let me see. When is... Oh, no, Ilya's not scheduled to fight anybody else.
No. Makachev is January 18th.
Oh, it is the January card, you're right. I think the February fight is Strickland and Duplessis, I think.
Yeah.
Did you see Adesanya's getting scheduled in like
Yeah, February 1st.
I know, but that guy's a beast. Like, he might lose that fight.
Is that a beast?
Some Russian guy.
Yeah,
He's fucking everybody up. Yeah, he's fucking everybody up right now, isn't he?
I don't remember. I get all the fucking Russians confused. They all look the same. They all have basically the same fucking name.
They all have the no mustache and beard.
This one actually has a mustache with his beard.
By the way, I saw that thing you sent me with Marab, and I saw that like before or whatever, like that he was like a plant. But he wasn't a plant. He just like they don't like each other and they're talking shit as he's walking by. I don't think he's a plant. Like the way they try to draw this story to like where they were trying to get Marab, and that's not what actually. I don't think that's how it went down. They're just there and they're talking shit to Marab as he's walking by because they've been talking shit back and forth for like 2 months. They're pretty much since the September card where Marab won the title. So at some point Marab's got to stop, fighting people. Like, he can't just be in the crowd fucking. At some point, he's like, it's like every 3 weeks. Remember, like, he jumped in the fucking stand and got in some guy's face?
Yeah,
I don't think he hit him.
That shit. What's the point of fighting with random fans?
By the way, he's little. I'm just saying, one big-ass dude might fuck him up at some point. I'm not saying, like, it's me. But, like, say he runs up to someone who's, like, fucking former wrestler, former football player, 250, 280 pounds, talking shit. What's he gonna do to that guy? Is he gonna take him down?
Rob would fuck him up.
Huh?
Rob would fuck them up.
I mean, if a guy's big enough, man, and he's got some fight training too, he's not like a UFC fighter. Like, for instance, you know how like Bradley Martin always does that thing? Like, who would win in a street fight?
Yeah,
you really think?
Nonsense.
I know, but Bradley Martin will fucking break Marab.
No, he won't.
Oh yeah, he would. Oh my god.
Rob would have him fucking submitted within like 30 seconds.
Oh my god, he would just slam him to the ground, dude.
I think you're wrong.
Marab would fuck Bradley Martin up.
Listen, I don't like Bradley Martin.
Marab would fuck him up.
Marab weighs 135 pounds.
Demetrius Johnson would fuck Bradley Martin up.
I bet you if you have
35 pounds for all like.
Marab,
okay,
both
then he weighs 160. Then he weighs.
They would fuck him up.
Listen, man. Listen, actually think Demetrius Johnson might be the guy who would buck that trend. But I bet you if you asked Demetrius Johnson who would win in a fight between him and Bradley Martin, I bet you he'd say Bradley Martin.
Bullshit.
No,
He would fuck Bradley Martin the fuck up.
I think Bradley Martin grabs him, Rob, throws him on the ground. It's over.
I mean, you saw Demetrius Johnson choke out that dude that was like 280 pounds, right, in a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu competition. It was also a black belt, which Bradley Martin isn't.
No, I know. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking some sanctioned competition. I'm saying a street fight in the stands.
Who do you think has been in more street fights, Bradley Martin or Demetrius Johnson?
First of all, I'm not talking about Demetrius Johnson. Why do you keep bringing Demetrius Johnson?
Okay, who do you think's been in more street fights, Marab or Bradley Martin?
I would say Marab. Okay. Actually, I don't think either of them have probably been in most street fights, but neither here nor there. Like, I don't even, like, he's gonna just fucking, there's just like, there's weight classes for a reason, the guy. Like, he would just pick him up and crush him.
Bradley's not a trained fighter, is the problem.
Yeah, weight classes are for trained fighters. Marab would fuck up pretty much anyone.
I don't believe that, man.
I think you're wrong.
If Bradley was a trained fighter, it'd be different. Like if you were saying Brendan Schaub versus Demetrius Johnson, all right. I mean, come on, Brendan Schaub's gonna fuck him up. He's a trained fighter.
I mean, Rob might clip him once or so on the way in, and then he's getting fucking choked and slammed to the ground. I'm on a street fight, not some fucking cushion UFC ring or some mat where when he throws him to the ground, he cracks his head open.
He'd fuck him up.
Yeah, Marab.
Dude, we should meme this into existence. We should Logan Paul this shit or Jake Paul this shit. Like, you think Sugar Sean O'Malley is beating Bradley Martin?
Yeah. Even as overrated as he is, he would fuck him up also.
In a no-rules street fight.
Yeah.
When Sean O'Malley's asked this question, he doesn't answer it the way you do.
Really? When was he asked it?
On Bradley Martin's podcast.
I gotta see this video.
Dude, I think he's so big. He's just so... And he's not just big, he's athletic as fuck.
I don't know how athletic Bradley Martin is. He's just a meathead.
Have you seen him run? Have you seen him run? Oh, dude, he's fucking fast. And he's agile. He's fucking agile, dude. He jumps out of a gym, dude. He's like, he's an athlete. He's an athlete. He's not just a big, like, strong fucking juice head. By the way, he's a faggot. I don't like him. I'm so annoyed by Bradley Martin. I'm just using him because he always does that question on his podcast.
sleeping? Yo, what's up? Everybody sleeping. Nice. Penis. Hopefully you didn't have your phone out at work, bitches. I know it's a weekend.
I did. You think of me, bro?
I forgot. That's actually true, brother.
Penis!
Just yelling that shit at your own place of work. I love it. What's going on?
Not much. Got the house to myself today for the next week. Girl went to go visit her family.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sounds peaceful.
I'm gonna make it so. There's a fine line between peaceful and lonely, but I like it.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess that's why I come here. I don't like being at home all day. And I also don't like running around like a jackass, like not really doing much but spending money either.
Richard Hart on the run.
Dude, I saw that. I thought it was shit posted first.
I don't even know the full details. I just saw the room title. I did see a tweet about it, but I didn't read the whole tweet. I just scrolled past it.
You didn't repost it?
No, I might have, but what's it called? You know, like sometimes when your Twitter thread resets without you touching it? Does that ever happen to you?
Yeah, like the thread breaks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I saw that tweet and then I scrolled to read more of it, and then it went all the way up to the top, and I was like, I'm not looking for it.
Yeah.
It's good, Dan.
Been itching all day, get on Clubhouse, but just got a chance finally.
Sell some jewelry or what?
Trying, buddy. Trying.
Dan, thank you so much, man. I just got home and I got a package. Thank you so much, man. You're so kind.
Nice. You literally just fucking found it a week after it was delivered, eh? That's always a good sign.
Well, no, I just got back. I got back into town late last night, and then I was just getting a bunch of packages 20 minutes ago, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I got you.
Johnny boy looking out for the people in his life with some diamonds, baby. Let's go.
What's on, Teddy? You bet on this fight today?
No, I didn't even know there was a fight.
Jerry and Usyk just beat him a little while ago.
Oh, nice.
I actually wanted to bet on that too. I mean, the line wasn't really great, but I just knew Usyk was going to win. He barely actually won, which is kind of interesting.
I let Andrew shake me out of my position. I did a parlay. I bet Texas and Usyk, and then Andrew said Usyk won the first Fury won the first 4 rounds. I was like, all right, I'm still 10% on this bet. I'm just gonna bet bitch out.
You fucking
It was a tiny bet anyway. It didn't really matter, but yeah,
that's funny.
Well, it was because I couldn't watch it. If I'd been watching it, then I probably, even if I thought he had lost slightly, I probably would have stuck with it. But it was like I was trying to get the streams to work, and I couldn't get anything to work. I was just like, all right, well, apparently,
All I've learned,
the odds did really shift. Like it wasn't, Andrew wasn't wrong, but obviously it was.
Well, according to the viewer poll, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but the viewer poll thinks that Fury won, which is but man, all I've learned is these pussies from New York, man, they just get shaken out of their position so easily.
Exactly, yeah. Could have made $45 extra, generational wealth. But...
Hey man, that's like a couple shares of MSTU. Like 3 or 4 shares.
Wait.
I always know when my limit orders fill, that means I just got fucked. I got nowhere to bad dip,
John, you should start selling puts, bro.
I should. Did you hear my strategy the other day?
No.
What I was thinking about doing? So it's just there's so much and I think it's collapsed quite a bit since there was so much premium on these fucking strategy options. I thought if it stays steady or you think it's going up, then the move is just capture all that premium. But if you're gonna do that, then I need to hold a bunch of cash. I don't want to hold cash in the account to cover.
Yeah, but you gotta hold cash to put limit orders for buying the dip.
That's also true. So there's opportunity costs in both directions. But yeah, but too late now. Because now I quadrupled my position in MSTU, man. So there you go. maybe not quite quadruple, but I bought a lot. I had a bunch of fucking shit on the way down there. But honestly, I should have taken those off because I actually forgot that I left those on. And I was actually talking through a strategy with Dave, and I just forgot to literally cancel those orders before I left town.
Yeah, I think selling puts on MSTR or Bitcoin is a decent idea if you're willing to hold the cash.
I'm so bad at holding cash. I just always like to fucking, as soon as I get like a modicum amount of investable money, I just like to fucking throw it at something, put it in the market as quick as possible. Fancy.
I was telling Brad about these MSTY dividends I've been getting, and he's just like, how is that possible? It doesn't make sense that, you know, the position is worth this and your dividend is so much of that. I'm like, yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you, bud. And people in the group chat, there's like, it's a group chat on Telegram, and people in the group chat are like, if it's anything like DeFi, it'll, you know, the share price will be cut in half after the next dividend. Sure enough, the dividend got paid and then the share price went back up. But that's been a nice little cash flow.
Nice. Fuck, I don't know what to do with my phone. So if I'm loud, just mute me.
Is my audio coming through fucked up? No. Is that why this guy in the chat's telling me to turn off my...
I'm guessing it was John's background noise.
No, it's probably me. I just don't know where my phone is right now.
It's all good. It's not bothering me, so that guy can fuck himself.
I don't want to bother anyone, so feel free to mute you guys up. And I can't reply because I also don't know where my phone is to unmute. Someone here, guys, gotta get this shit done.
That's right, Finn. Good to see you back, Finn.
Oh, Finnegan. Lascivious.
Dude, my kids are home for the next 2 weeks, and today was the first day that they, like, it's obviously a weekend, so that's normal, that they're not at school, and I'm already like, this is gonna be fucked.
Oh, yeah, with the long breaks, and it's like, well, the thing that's difficult about the long breaks is that, like, you know, they're home all day, and you gotta basically fill the activity, but with the breaks, it's not like there's, like, summer camps usually, like, sometimes they leave, like, winter camps and shit, but, like, there's, like, a lot of the fucking program.
Yeah, like, we have summer camp stuff over the summer, which,
yeah,
that's not that bad, but,
winter
yeah, over the
there.
Christmas holidays, there's just not something like that, you know?
It doesn't, I mean, they sort of have something like that at my gym, but, like, half the time they're with their mom. It works out fine. They go visit, like, I have enough shit to do with them, or, like, they go on a trip with their mom. I take them on a trip usually.
The other thing that sucks, too, is, like, today, it was, like, -20 here. So, like, yeah, like, this was definitely...
Oh, hold on a second. You're thinking Celsius.
Yeah, Celsius. I don't know.
That's actually almost the same. That actually is almost similar, actually. -20 is 5.9, 32.
Here, I'll look it up for you. -20 Celsius.
That's 32 and then 5.9 or 9/5. I just jumble it. You can just double.
-4 Fahrenheit.
So it's not that cold here, which is usually where our things are pretty similar.
Yeah, like today was fucking freezing, dude. Like I was like, fuck this. Like I normally if it's like not that bad, like I'll still take the kids outside.
I hate winter, dude. Anything where like listen, like even when it's 35 degrees outside or like 0, right, Celsius. Yeah. It's like is it like are you gonna pain like is it like you're gonna die? No, like you're fine, right? Like no one's gonna fucking be harmed or anything. But it's like you're not standing outside comfortably. You're not like enjoying it. You're just sitting there, you're moving, you're like bouncing around a little bit, you got your toes, your hands in your pocket, you're blowing in your hand, you're hoping to fucking God these kids want to go inside, and then you gotta throw snowballs, and that shit's fun, but then it's miserable. I think nobody like that shit. I'd much rather be at the fucking pool, the sun, just like enjoying life. I literally got back last night, and I was just telling us, like, whenever you get back from, like, warm weather, and then you go outside, or you come back to, whatever, you come back home, and it's like, the moment you get off the plane, just on the fucking, like, the jetway, it's like, immediately you're hit with fucking cold in your face. Yeah, it's like, fuck your life. It's just the worst. And so, like, I'm, like, eager. Like, I literally planned this entire month to spend the least amount of time in Chicago. Like, even when I come back to get the kids, we're, like, turning around and leaving, like, the next day. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I was just talking with my wife today. Like, in the one moment of silence, I was like, we need to go to, like, Florida or, like, Turks. Somewhere.
Yeah, you should go to Turks. Honestly, you go to, dude, like, it's like, it's stupidly dumb. It's like everything is just like it's like you're in a movie theater all the time or whatever in terms of just everything. Everything's fucking t-shirt, like basically $63. Like
right, Turks.
Yeah, everything in Turks is just.
My buddy has a place.
It's worse than Grand Cayman, to be honest with you, which is what I find to be the most expensive of the islands.
My buddy has a place down there though, so like if I went down there, he's got like a nice 4-bedroom. And
that's not cheap, man. Real estate down there is stupid. I was looking at some places.
Yeah, he's like my richest friend. That's not. The places rent out for like $5,000 a night.
Well, that's what I also heard, that a lot of the people who own it pretty much are never there, and they basically just rent the shit out all the time, which is what I got. So we went on this like I chartered a boat, and the captain was telling me like his full-time job is he basically he basically worked for the company that I chartered the boat from. But he says that the boat that we were using is actually his boss's boat. And his boss just like rents, like that's who he works for. Like he captains this boat for his boss, but his boss ultimately also rents the boat due to service or whatever. And that's how he offsets the cost. And he was telling me, he's like, yeah, he goes like basically he captains the boat, and then he like also kind of like watches the house that they rent. And he's like, yeah, he's like probably here, 25 to 40 days a year or something like that. I'm like, really? Why the fuck buy the property? It's like, to me, it's like in the age of Airbnb. There's got to be some other, other reason. But like, in the age of Airbnb now, why not just go fucking rent the place for fucking, like, go rent the dopest place on the island for, 30 days.
Yeah, this place is called Grace Bay Club. It's really nice. It's like a hotel, but it's like all private.
Yeah, I was down the street. I was at the resort next to it. It's the Grace Bay Club is right next to Ocean Club.
Yeah.
That's where I was at.
I've been there twice now, but not with my family. Like just times when him and like a couple buddies went down. But he was like I went out for dinner with him and some other guys the other night. He was like, "Yo, if you want to take your family down over the holidays," I was like, "Yeah, that sounds pretty proper." But it's just even a lot.
Dude, the seven, the like on the other end, like where Seven and the Ritz is, like that's where like I think it's like those properties, like the properties are nicer, right? But like the area where like Ocean Club and like Maya and like Grace Bay Club, like it's all on the Grace Bay. But like when you're going further, like away from Turks and Caicos, or like from the Ritz and like Seven, which is like where the nicer restaurants are, like that's where I feel like it's a 5-minute, 7-minute drive, but like that end of the island is so much nicer, it's so much quieter. It's like definitely where to be, even though like where you want to go down to town and like the restaurant, like the nicer restaurants are sort of around where the Ritz is. I definitely prefer the area like where your buddy's at, like where I like it's way nicer. It's definitely the place to be. or a nicer place. And the other thing too is like those residences, like if you do that, I think all those oceanfront ones I think are like that. I think they're residents and then they just like have the management company or whatever, the hotel basically rent it out whenever they're not there. Like I think that's how almost all of these things are run, which I'm not sure, but like because I saw in the unit I was in, there was like a room that they had locked, which was kind of like storage, and you could just tell like it was like some family lives there. You could just tell the way it was like decorated that it wasn't like some stock hotel.
Brian Brooks on the board of MicroStrategy.
Yep.
That's news of yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought I had heard that as well.
Yeah, there were two other people I hadn't heard of. Did you look up the other people here?
No.
Timmy, why do you have Santa Cruz as your location in your bio?
That's where I am, bro.
Jane Deeds, Greg, Winnie, RC.
Oh, and you don't hit a brother up.
If I come see you, I'm gonna have to leave with some art or something, bro. I'm trying not to spend money right now. I'm just kidding. I love your art.
Now you're in Nashville. I heard the rumors you're in Nashville.
Only when my girl Kathy is.
Dude, your voice is still shot.
Oh, bro, I've been sick for 3 weeks.
What?
It's like I got sick and then I lost my voice completely that night. And then I've just been fucking. I got better. And then I got sick again. Like, I was better for like 2 days. It's just this fucking time of year and
vocal cords are hard to heal though, too, because you're basically like unable to really rest them. You have to shut
Dude, half of my family has walking pneumonia right now. And I'm talking about
that's been going around like crazy.
People in Tennessee, people in Texas, people in South
Hey man,
Florida,
somebody explain to me what a walking pneumonia is. Isn't that just a fucking cold?
You basically have pneumonia that doesn't have you bedridden.
I know, I thought those were called colds. Dude, people be coming up with shit, you know? They were like, they got the 24-hour flu, the walking pneumonia. It's like these hood nicknames of fucking diseases and shit. I've always heard of these things. And my mom was like, oh yeah, he's got a walking pneumonia. What the fuck is the how do they know?
No, it's the deep lung shit, man. That's where the pneumonia slang comes from. It's not.
Is that not the same as whooping cough or some shit like that, or like some other?
I don't know, man. An old white man's never told me I had whooping cough, but he's told me I've had walking pneumonia a couple times.
You're a kid. We're supposed to board a plane to do Christmas in Mexico in a couple of days. Our kid has 103 fever, possibly rotavirus.
There's literally nothing in the world worse than having a sick kid. Being sick is not worse than having a sick kid.
Being sick with a sick kid is probably the worst though.
Dude, it's been one thing
Fact.
after another.
Fact. Hold on. When you're alright, now here's the deal. If you're single, like it's like when I have my kids and I'm sick and they're sick, and which has only happened once. The worst part was my nanny was also sick. I was just fucked in every direction, man.
So
When did it pop off? Oh, sorry.
looks like Jane Deeds is pretty senior. She's a CIO at Brown's Endowment. Worked at Goldman Sachs, Johns Hopkins, managing director at Fortress Investment Group, not the Corey Clipston one, the real one. But she worked, I guess, with like Novogratz Galaxy, which is her connection. And then Greg, lawyer, Columbia Law, worked at Ernst & Young, worked at Skadden Arps, and then apparently is on several boards, Match Group, Angie's List. So that's Greg. Interesting.
Probably smart. Man, Twitter has fucked me up. I've been having conversations with one of my business partners that has nothing to do with Bitcoin or crypto or doesn't use social media much. And now I just exclusively reply to their messages with GIFs. Oh my god.
It's the natural conclusion and progression of language. You know, it's just going to be 2 clicks.
Exactly.
People are lazy.
I've been doing it for like about a week and a half. It's this business partner I talk to 3-4 times a day. And usually just like short conversations that were most often like a few word responses or the occasional sentence. And I've been replying with exclusively GIFs for about like a week at least. And today I replied with a GIF and then they replied back with a GIF. And I was like, perfect world. We've made it. Are they GIFs or GIFs, though? Because I was on a phone call with the same guy, and he's like, you just keep sending me all these GIFs. I was like, GIFs, bro.
Yeah, he's Jay. Yeah, man, the whole picture is worth 1,000 words, because it takes thought to make a good GIF choice, you know?
That J thing just made me spit out Coke Zero all over my cabin. Fuck you for that. Fuck you. Crypto man with the fucking quick wit. Love it.
No Santa Cruz tie-in? Just random.
That's where my Twitter is monetized out of, bro.
So did you really get it?
What, monetization?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Teddy, do you think God's keeping you sick because of how cringe it is?
Probably. But also, I'm just participating in the flywheel of pumping Bitcoin price through monetization.
So am I. Keep giving you my engagement.
Love it. Yeah, I did, a good, I want to say 100 hours on Twitter over the last 2 weeks. I would have to check my actual screen time, but it's probably 100 hours. And I did 5.1 million impressions in those 2 weeks. So that's like really the only thing you need to do.
You don't need to maintain. Once you get that 5, you're in, and then
yeah, exactly. But like, really, so the thing, like, I kind of looked into it because like some people are like, oh, like Twitter monetization sucks, and like I don't make anything, blah 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 blah. So I like actually looked into like what the people who are making good money. I have a buddy that makes like $8,000 a month on his Twitter, like shit posting. So I was like, that's actually pretty decent money.
In most systems, when you have urban combat fights, there are a couple of ways to go. In the olden days, if you put one of these towns to siege and you did not get up and you made these folks wait, they'd jump in, rape, pillage, steal a bunch of shit. But one of the things to note, since, say, the 45 or 3500s BC, would be that what in the world? Lord. You know, I have it. I see. I was doing something similar. It's okay. Call it. Oh, that's what it is. Noting that that's kind of the way that ended up developing. Noting that the highly casualty inducing. No, I'm not saying that as a way to wave the concern away. I'm just stating a fact about human history and sieges on towns. Typically, a siege, main picture of town, has a much higher level of destruction and civilian and child casualty. Ramadi and Fallujah are good examples. You want to know another one? Hue City in Vietnam, 1968. Highest level urban counterparty. No, I tell you all this to ask you how, in your mind, when you wave that magic wand, is that something that you think about? Again, no right answer. I'm just curious.
Yes, I do. Maybe with not the amount of appreciation for that historical fact that you have. However, taking like the full context and picture here, right? So the majority, or like if not the majority, like a good chunk of the top brass of Hamas leadership isn't even in Gaza. You know, they're chilling in their villas in Qatar.
Or the UAE, I thought.
But yeah. So that's what the magic wand would do, is you go for the top brass, okay? You stop actively support, as Netanyahu has admitted, and again, this is on the record through Israeli reporting, he's admitted that they prefer to have Hamas propped up as a wedge against the PLO. So, you know, they're trying to create this division within Palestinian politics to prevent really like a clear alternative, or like a legitimate alternative from rising in Gaza. So there's so many different like plays here. It's like the dynamics here are too much for me to like really articulate in a easy way for you, and even really maybe even for myself. I just know like from a logical standpoint in terms of like seeing what we're seeing, but also reporting on the ground from human rights organizations saying things more than I'm saying right now. It's clear to me that it's not a proportionate response. Plus, like you mentioned, there's a whole 50, 60-year history that we're not accounting for, right? So when that top blows, like it did on October 7th, it's like, yes, you got to address that specific loss of life there, but they're not even, it's like Malcolm X said, right? He's like, there's a knife in the back on my back, and then forget pulling it out. You're not even acknowledging that it's there. It's kind of like that.
If Israel is a genocider, they're really bad at it. Because since the so-called occupation, which I wouldn't really use that term, but the Palestinian population, Gaza has tripled. So if you're genociding people, usually you want to subtract numbers, not add.
Yeah, so that number's tripled. You think it births? I highly recommend you look up how that has increased. It's not births. Well, some of it is.
If Israel wanted to get rid of all the Gaza tomorrow, they could. I mean, I think Israel is militarily much better behaved, for instance, than we were in World War II against the Axis.
So they are actually, it's a slow-moving genocide, right? So it's like depriving the youth of key nutrients. Like the New York Times even did a piece on this. It was like, what's the long-term effect? Even let's say they relieve this blockade and allow food and material get in. What is the long-term effect of these developing children just being deprived of these nutrients and
since October 7th, okay, they've provided on average enough food for 3,000 calories per person per day.
I got a question. Like, what's it like in an American ghetto, the caloric restriction in an American ghetto compared to the caloric restriction diet in the Gazan ghetto?
Depends on where you are. Where I live, where there's no running water or sewage or lights or paper roads.
You live in a shithole?
No, I live in McAllen. Right outside McAllen in Hidalgo County, we have these things called colonias, which are literally shanty towns. They're places where people make under $10,000 a year.
Damn.
Rio Grande Valley is the poorest region in the state, right? So it's like poverty and shanty towns are not enough to region.
But they still got it better than the Gazans, right?
A million times, because they're not dealing with the trauma, right, of active war zone.
I'm just gonna say, the dude who can't put food in his belly is not worried about somebody else's trauma. He's worried about the fact that he can't put fucking food on his table. Right?
But that's
throughout history, that is a powerful motivator for people.
That's a steel man, bro. That's a straw man, bro.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but that's not what he said, Marshall. In all fairness, that's not you're kind of making a point that's not what he brought up.
Okay, maybe I misinterpreted it. Please, well, go ahead. I'll listen. Maybe I heard it the wrong way.
I'm being facetious, pointing out that we've got our own problems here in America. We've got ghettos, we've got poverty, 30, 40 million people living below the poverty line. We have abortion clinics on every corner, killing 100,000 people a month, spending $1 billion a month doing it. You know, I just love talking about Gaza and woe is me in Gaza, but like, woe is me, America. Woe is me, Uncle Sam. Damn, they kicked me.
I'm from Northeast India.
Well, no fucking cold potatoes.
A lot of motherfuckers don't know how to cold potatoes.
I don't want no cold potatoes.
Literally. Exactly.
But if we don't get babies with, then we should be cool with that, right? If you're telling me it doesn't matter, right? You just need the man in the home, then that's cool. You know what I mean? And whatever happens with that family, that's okay. At the moment, there are brothers and sisters that have mothers and fathers at home, and they just go wayward. And they take it too far, so they wind up doing reckless shit, right? And so then you say, maybe they didn't have their dad in the home, then you know when they come to some other schools, because of the economics, because of his job, he was traveling, or because he only worked at Walmart for 30 years as a store manager. Like, they come up with some excuse to fucking justify how people just make a decision.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Welcome back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, this is Tanya Joy. What up, Osama?
Hello. You have a picture of a really controversial man.
Elon? You think he's controversial?
Yes. I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see if he's live on X right now.
He used to be left wing or left leaning, and now he's super right.
Yeah.
I don't know how such thing could happen.
Yeah, he's on X as Adrian Dittman. It's his burner account. His pen name. You should try it.
Another account?
Yeah, it's his other account. It's his burner account. Follow it. It's Dittman with 2 T's and 2 N's.
Oh, I have. He posts crazy enough things in his main.
I'm at the home of the
Deep fried hot dogs. Yum. What are you doing tonight?
Really nothing. I practiced my piano for a little bit, and now I just surfing the web. I'm excited about AI news. My YouTube feed is only about AI news.
Oh, you're becoming an AI robot.
Yesterday they launched the new model they call OP. Did you hear about it?
Mm-mm.
It's apparently something big. It's a really powerful model.
Can it stop?
What about you? What you doing?
Can it stop crime?
I really don't know.
Can it get me laid?
I don't think so.
I think I hear my next door neighbors fucking right now. Take it out of me. Where do you live? Saud?
No, I live in Germany.
Jannah?
Germany.
Oh. Do you like it there?
I'm a migrant there. Yeah, it's a really beautiful country. It's good until now because we have a right-wing party who want to deport all migrants, and they are rising in power. Like used to be
Who is?
under the radar.
Who's rising in power?
A right-wing party called AFD,
Oh.
Alternative for Germany.
Yeah,
Or Deutschland.
they're sick of all the immigrants taking their country over.
Yes, apparently. And they have plans to deport everybody who is not German, which is a scary thought. We'll see how it will go. I hope they don't win in the coming elections. They are super active though. They're really active. Like they have stands in the city they live in. They have demos.
You should go join them. Just say, you know what? I support you guys. I agree with you now. See what they say.
It's impossible. I'm a black guy.
It doesn't matter. Just tell them why. Why can't you accept me? I'll fight with you. I'll give you everything I have. Tell me what to do, and see what they say.
I think they are. They are against that. So they hate migrants. So they don't want migrants with them. It's not that they will give me a chance to talk with them or something.
Yeah, they will. They're on the street corner. They want to talk to people. They're political. They're trying to be social.
Yes, but they target specific people.
Who cares?
They target people. It's not the migrants.
You can change their mind by being friendly. You just got to be nice. Yeah, you just tell them you're Jewish.
Super conservative.
Yeah. I would say being associated with them, bro.
It is new type of conservatism. It is Elon Musk type of conservatism. It's not the old conservative that who love religion and respect religion and respect family and stuff like that. it's a new kind of right wing that I really don't understand. It's super weird, and it's popular among young people, which is so weird. Usually, conservatism is popular among old people, but this new wave of conservatism is different from what we know. We have traditional conservative here. They called CDU, and they, normal conservative, Catholic, and so on. But we have these completely different. It's just like Trump. Trump, a guy who used to go to wrestling, who was friends with porn stars and stuff like that. At the same time, he's conservative. It is just weird conservatism.
But his conservative actually makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I don't like voting for a guy like that. Then say, I don't know. Like, yeah. So, I guess. I don't know, man. Adrian, are you guys going from Germany or?
No.
I don't know what it is. I think it's from.
I'm German. My grandparents are German.
Oh.
But it doesn't make a difference to me. I live in America. I mean, but America and Germany are very similar now. And I think that the CIA and all the media are highly co-opted and controlled. The censorship bubble we all live in. I mean, I know you, Osama, maybe, you don't want to get kicked out of Germany. You probably want to stay there. So, I mean, do what you can do. But I don't think, you have to worry too much about the far right in Germany because they're so liberal that their government is like completely controlled by the liberals. So for the party, right, for the conservatives to get into power, I just don't think they have enough people to do it. But look what you guys are going through. Look at that piece of shit that did the terrorist attack with the truck. Like he wasn't even like an extremist. He was like a weird inverse person on the right, right? Like he wasn't like he wasn't like a radical extremist. He was he was a radical extremist. But what I'm saying is it's very confusing. Like and the people on the left, they suck too. So I don't know. You just got to take care of yourself and do what you can do for you. Look out for number one. Don't step in number two.
What's number one and number two?
You. Number one is you. Look out for yourself. You got to prioritize your security, your income, your safety, your life. You got, if you got to move back or you got to move on, you got to keep going and doing. That's the thing. You can't just come on this app and talk. You got to do shit. You got to do shit.
What's number two then?
Number two is like shit. That's the expression. Number two, you take a shit. It's number two. So you don't step in shit. Shit means shitty people. Chaos people, liars, frauds, scummy people who, talk a big game.
That's me, bro.
You're a piece of shit?
Yeah.
So don't step in yourself then.
That's really what in Germany, like living an individualistic life, like going to work and coming back and involved in nothing. But it's really bad. You should have social circle at least, people you know and enjoy with. But it is kind of like weird.
Yeah, I feel like in America that's kind of hard to do. But we just work like I don't know how long you guys work in Germany, but in America it's like we work like. I work like 6 days a week, bro. So the 7th day, I'm just at home, relax, get ready for the next day. Is it like that in Germany, or you guys work like 12-hour shift?
No, there is no long hours. It's just 8 hours, 5 days a week. That's how we do it. Yeah.
Oh, it's not bad.
Yeah. And also, you don't have to worry. In US, if you get out of a job, there is no one who will help. But here, like, if you don't work, the government will pay everything for you. Your rent, your, money for buying food.
America, you're gonna become homeless, bro.
that place is tough, really tough. Here there is security, like you don't feel, life don't push you around. You always calm, like you know whatever happens, the government will take care of you. It's a really good sense of security here. For me, I don't get scared, and that will make nobody abuse you. Like I work in a place, and everybody's respectful. It's opposite to my country because they know they cannot exploit me. If I don't like them, I can easily leave and look for another job. And while I find another job, the government will take care of me. It's completely different dynamics.
That's crazy. Adrian, what do you think of American work life? Do you think it's crazy as other people, as other countries, or it's very simple?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Everybody's situation is just different. Some people in America, they grind it out. They're miserable. They have no choice. It's just they have to work to survive. A lot of people are on easy street in America. I don't know. America seems to be that place where if you want to come here and break the rules, you might get away with it, or you might not. You just never know.
I think America is like if you break any rules, you go to jail straight up.
I don't mean like I don't mean criminal. I mean like business wise. Like if you want to come here and open a restaurant, if you want to, like you could come here and like try to achieve your dream of independence and financial freedom. I don't know how. I'm pretty sure that it's easier to do it here, to go undetected without the government fucking with you or police fucking with you. Like other countries, like you might have to pay bribes. Like here you kind of have to pay bribes too, but not necessarily. I mean, because if you do an internet business, there's no license, there's no regulations. If you open a restaurant, like it's a ton of regulations.
Oh, definitely.
But I guess you don't need, yeah, you can do an internet business in any country, but if you're in the US, maybe it's, better. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I feel like in terms of business, if you want to do any type of business now in America, it's always better than I would say most countries. Well, I would say most European countries in terms of business. If you want to do work, like if you're a worker, then I would say probably it's like better. But that's just how it is.
Yeah, there's some Palestinian family just opened up a restaurant down the street from my house in Chicago. It's their second location. They're making a lot of money and everybody really likes the food.
That's pretty cool.
But oh, did he leave?
The last room, did they kick you or you just leave?
No, Marshall kicked me. He hates me because I make fun of him.
So you know the guy.
Yeah, he's a Republican. I call him a fake Republican because he supported Kamala Harris, Joe Biden. He hates Donald Trump.
Those are the original Republicans. Their party has been taken away from them. Of course, they will get mad.
Where are you from originally?
Somalia.
Oh, wow. What's that country like? Like, could you actually go back there? Or is it just like a fucking hellhole?
Yeah, it's a shithole. I didn't go there.
But
I was born in Qatar, and I grew up there, and I never went there.
Oh. You never even been to Somalia?
there is just war and people killing each other.
Yeah, but maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's beautiful.
Yeah, you go to it then.
Maybe I could go there as a white person and I can get, a DEI job working for the government. Because I'm a white person, maybe white people need to go to black countries to get the reverse discrimination job position.
You would be killed immediately.
Really? Why would they just want to kill me? Like they want my heart or something for like a trophy in their bedroom?
You didn't see what they did to the American soldiers? In 91. Did you watch the movie Black Hawk Down?
Yeah.
Yeah, in 91, there was peacekeeping forces who come and they took these American soldiers and they, grilled them and pushed them through the streets. And it was peacekeeping force. After that, US got very angry and she said, we don't want anything to do with Somalia. We don't care about them. So people hate, different people. Like they see white person or Indian person or Christian or anything different. They get triggered immediately. Be very dangerous. Especially if you say, I will tell you something or I will intervene. Except if you work with place that protect you, like UN or US government. So you already walk around with soldiers protecting you all the time and things like that.
Oh, IQ Nicholas, I'm straight and I think he's fucking handsome. What's wrong with you?
I mean, so here's the thing with the gays. You can't tell them that because then their ego gets more inflated.
I know. I knew you were playing a game. I get it.
You gotta give them a little bit, and then
you're a 50-50.
Later they'll start as an idea of wanting the dick.
Yeah, exactly. I understand. You're like women. We get it.
If you tell them they're too pretty, they get uninterested.
I'm not one of those. I love my people, and yes, I know I'm good looking.
And humble.
There you go.
No, he is actually humble. It's a good thing for him to. It's a good thing for him to say he knows he's good looking.
So, for example, if the narcissistic parent wants something,
He's always talking about narcissism.
let's say the child wants something for Christmas. Well, the parent's likely to get them something that they themselves want as well, right? Now, a parent that is kind of well-adjusted, empathetic, conscious of many of these things, is going to want the child to have what they want, and there's very little enmeshment, and so when there are no boundaries, I mean, think of the parent who lives vicariously through their child. There are no boundaries. There's no privacy. Their kid is not going to necessarily be allowed to grow up as an independent soul. And when you think about it like that, then you kind of understand how perhaps terrifying it is to grow up that way, because it's not so much how you survive as a child and cope, it's what you lack when you get old and are ready to be independent. When there are no boundaries, when there's no sense, if you don't have a sense of self because you've been kind of a pawn of the parent, it's a whole different world outlook that influences every aspect of your life. So maybe that's the best way indirectly to think about what it means when someone's really all about themselves, because it has greater repercussions than I think we typically realize.
To that point, Jordan, is there a time factor in the mental development of a child when you're talking about the parent-child relationship where that actually has impact, a greater impact? Is it as the child is small and still developing, or is it once they get past the age of 25 and they're out on their own?
Well, the developmental psychology because I'm not really current on some things. You know, I have had some exposure to it, but I would say that, you know, if you look up, if you Google some of the developmental stages with regard to some of these personality pathologies, you know, it will be helpful. But I mean, remember if you're the child of a narcissistic parent, you know, you've been exposed to it since birth. So think of how, you know, what consequences prevail.
It sounds to me like you could definitely develop into other pathologies, much like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, I mean, I've always wondered that people whose whose primary caregiver was a nanny, you know, let's say celebrities who, you know, some may be highly narcissistic. You may have two parents who are narcissistic, but you've been raised largely by a nanny who, you know, is much more patient, empathetic, etc. What impact does that have? And you know, developmental psychologists and clinicians could speak to that because I could be very wrong in making assumptions about it. But you know, or having divorced parents where one of them is, you know, a narcissistic parent. You know, but they're not around a lot. What impact is it? You know, I think it's there's so much to consider. It's too complex to kind of nail it down to a critical age, but maybe they do these days.
Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
I mean, we're getting ready for takeoff. You know, I'm trying to get people to, you know, at the house, Big Back Patrol.
Don't scroll.
I put the link in the chat. Marshall, have you added Big Back Patrol yet? The house on Clubhouse?
Hey, Marshall. Hey, Rob.
Okay, I have a question.
So nobody's going to answer my question?
Please don't scroll.
I put the link in the chat to the house. It's called Big Back Patrol. We're definitely going to open up the conversations about big backs, right? We're going to get people to lose some weight, get and be active, you know, teach people some exercises. Like, we're definitely going to have the real conversation about the big back.
Is this room still going on?
I'm not sure that I'm interested in that. Can you give me the spiel on it?
But so you don't want to be interested in bettering yourself, feeling better every day? You know what I mean? Like releasing some of the snacks, okay, cheese, freaking chips, okay, and all the other carbohydrates that you have sitting on your back. I mean, it is what it is.
I'm 6'2" and I weigh 185, and I ride my bike every day.
All right, so you can come and just be skinny back, okay? You can come and just be skinny back. Be the beacon of an example of what it means to not be a big back. Can you at least come and support my space from that basis? Like, why is it y'all want to open up rooms about freaking abortion, okay, and freaking racial politics, but the second I open up a room, okay, in a house, okay, a platform, a movement to talk about obesity in America, y'all talk about politics. You guys have talked about narcissism, all of those things. I'm encompassing it into one central discussion as far as big backs. And I feel like big backs have ducked a lot of strays, which is very strange because big backs are very wide, right?
I tell you what.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, and I have no supporters.
That's the last. But I think it's an important conversation to have.
you gonna do it intentionally?
What do you mean? I've been on. Listen, I've been sponsoring 12 days of Big Bag. Okay, I started on December the 12th. We're gonna go all the way to Christmas Eve. I'm definitely going to open up a room on Big Bags. You know, on Christmas dinner. We're gonna go through all of the food selections. You know, what type of vendors I use. You know, to cut down the calories. You know, get rid of the excess fat. I mean, I feel like y'all should be getting excited for this. What do you mean? How is my branding terrible? How is my branding terrible? So you're gonna sit up in here and accuse me of being a big back? My body is my branding. Thank you.
This just reminds everybody that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I can eat big, and that's another conversation topic. I can eat baby back ribs. I can order honey soda plate, 2 In-N-Out. Y'all literally heard me order 2 In-N-Out freaking hamburgers the other day. Okay, and what did I do? I left my car at home and I walked. Okay, I walked 1.5 miles to that damn In-N-Out, and I ordered my big bag meal, right? And I can do that because, again, I am exerting a certain amount of activity that is going to counteract the calories coming into my body. Why is that such a bad thing to discuss on this app?
We are dudes. Like, come on, bro. Hey man, I'm here for it.
We should all, as men, be talking about our bodies, right? As men, we set the examples for the women. If we're gonna sit there and allow ourselves to become, listen, ain't nobody putting anybody's cock in their mouth, okay? We're talking about somebody taking your health seriously and leading as a man. How are you going to lead a successful, healthy relationship with a woman if you're a big back man that's not holding a standard in your home?
I'm here for it. You know, let me out of it. It's my mic to her.
Please say hello to Sarah and join the stage.
Let me advise.
Dr. Sarah.
I'm Dr. Adam's first client. Because of his way of lifestyle modification, I've lost 28 pounds. So yes, if you want to change your lifestyle, you should join Big Back by Dr. Adam.
I want to see the before and after. No. I don't believe it. I want to see the before and after. Thank you.
And Israel spoke of a new life there.
Aaron, if you have a real Instagram account, I mean your pictures can't be fake. You can follow me, I'll follow you back.
Got your before and afters over there. Look, I'm
She does.
with Dr.
She does.
I'm with
She
Dr.
does.
Adams and his Michelle
I follow Sarah on Instagram. Okay, I've seen the dedication and the results of her actually listening to some of the things that have been said on this app. You know, in contrast to what people want to hear. Okay, so again, at the end of the day, okay, she's done the work. Are y'all doing the work? You see what I'm saying? Part of doing the work is the first step is joining the house to open up an honest conversation about what work needs to be done. Right?
Bro, I just pulled up to the gym.
Where does arugula fit?
I mean, I had an arugula salad yesterday. I had a fried chicken arugula salad, okay, with Parmesan cheese, right? I had freaking sunflower seeds, which was great. I definitely think that y'all should add some sunflower seeds to your arugula salad. It had a light, you know, garlic lemon vinaigrette. I mean, that's really all you need. Like, that's really all you need.
Wait, you said you had fried chicken salad?
No, I cut up pieces of fried chicken breasts, okay, that were marinated and that were baked. Not fried, baked, okay, and I put it in the chicken. Or I put it in the salad. Like, why is that, like, how is that? Yeah, I mean, you know, people... No, I put vegetable oil on the pan and I put it in the oven. Vegetable oil. Thank you.
Vegetable.
Oh, shut up.
Oil, coconut oil, vegetable.
It's literally in the chat. Like, if you scroll up, 11 minutes ago, hey, now you're being a big back. Now you got some big back fingers. You can't even scroll your thumb. Like, this is crazy.
No, that's not really the case. It's just that I'm fucking lazy. I'm a fucking lazy old white guy.
Right, and that's a problem. You know, people want to talk about race. People want to talk about politics. People want to talk about their actual outcomes, and weaponize their outcomes based on things that they claim that they cannot change.
Please
And
don't
it's
scroll.
very weird.
I'm just
You
trying
can
to become a
always
big content
change
creator one
your
day,
weight.
but I have no
Okay?
supporters.
You can
So
always
if you have a
change
chance,
how you
please
show up and you present to the world in being taken seriously and you being serious about your health. Don't you think that somebody and their perception of you not taking your health seriously actually equates into, you know, them not taking you professionally seriously? I mean,
Biden's health and human services person at HHS, they were super overweight and pretended to be the work.
well, you know, and again, I didn't take them seriously. Neither did all of America, because all of America did not vote for Biden nor the remnants or relics of his, you know, said administration.
What about the fat czar?
What's the fat czar in San Francisco?
Oh, just fat czar in San Francisco.
So is it some freaking overweight man with man breasts with freaking like degenerate like tassel titties? Like, I mean, what does the fat czar look like in San Francisco? But did it start off a chick or is that a dick swinging man?
I think it was a chick. Just is proclaiming that there's no longer space for fat chick.
No, there's no longer space for fat people. Like, I mean, what are we doing? There is no longer space for fat people. Okay, we're talking about an economy where people are complaining about, you know, consuming more and more and more and more and more. Right? We're talking about an economy where people are talking about things becoming more expensive. So why is it that, hello, shout out to the holiday travelers, right? Why is it that woke companies allow a fat person to sit in a seat on the airplane and they don't have to pay extra, while you have literally scrimped and saved your last to fly your Leah 4 across the country to see grandma for Christmas?
Dude, I'm battling the same boat as you. We don't have to argue about that. Hey, Slick. I'm not a mod in this room, but would love to hear your voice if you want to come up.
Adams for President 2042.
Adams, I'm surprised that you haven't actually picked something up with RFK's organization of Make America Healthy Again.
I'm supposed to listen to the person.
Hey, I'm on my computer. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
No, you're good. We can hear loud and clear.
Okay, I have a
loud and clear.
Okay, I have a huge question. All right, so there was.
Hopefully, it's not a big back question, but I'll take the big back question as well.
You know I love you. You're like the best, but you'll probably know it. Maybe Sean won't. But there was a group of scumbags. I mean, that's just a generic word for them. But I know they were on Clubhouse. I know they exist. Maybe Marshall will know. It starts with the letter G. I want to say they're real anti-Semitic. They were very they're misogynist. A couple of them were on Clubhouse. Starts with the letter G. What was their group called? Does anybody remember the name? The word.
Groypers?
Groyper. God, I love you guys. I knew if I came in here when you guys would know it.
I was gonna say, are you talking about goo?
I was just gonna mute up now. I ain't talking about any one particular person. I was just trying to tell my friend about these people. Yeah.
Well, that is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Goo is overweight. So, you know, it's very right. So goo is overweight, right? So when you look at the misery that fat people actually, you know, put out into the world, you know, some people agree with the things that Goo says. Some people don't. At least, the sensible people don't. The people who believe in accountability, the people who believe.
Like overweight, but like you're saying overweight, but I thought he was like all muscled up.
No, Goo is fat. Like what are y'all talking about? Goo is fat. Goo is jelly donut fat. Okay?
All right,
He's jelly donut fat.
I agree. I mean, I'm sure you're right, but what I'm saying is I don't particularly know this person, so what I'm trying to get more towards would be like one of the ones that was loud and spewed just pure hate. You know what I mean? It was the kind of like hate that like just makes you want to think like I'm a Christian, I'm not supposed to like grab up my AR-15, but if ever our government needed like just a few good like vigilantes, like boondock saint people, sign me up. Like I'm ready to go. It's like the kind of people that are just shitbags, you know? When I heard that one particular guy, I'll use the loudest thing in that world. I guess because of content, like shock and awe, shock value, which it blew up a couple days. It came down to it, and it was just like anybody who can actually honestly say that this is a good person. Like when I got in that room, I was like, man, they were just pounded on this poor guy. And then I think it was Roger who was like, hey Chrissy, you're gonna love this guy. He really, and like he gave Roger this. So I was like, there's no way. So I was like, all right, fine, screw it. I put my hand up. I was like, all right, can I ask him a couple questions? And straight up, I said, are you quote unquote anti-Semitic? Do you hate people solely for the fact that they're Jewish? And he goes, yep. Do you hate women? And I mean not any one particular woman, just they're a woman, you hate them. And he was like, well, they're obviously the weaker class. They should be only cheered on the women to produce children. Other than that, they should never. I mean, like he went down into it. I was like, the more he spoke, the more I was like, I'm really trying to get my life right with Christ, and I'm pretty sure if I get a second to find out this dude's address, like that kind of shit, people.
Right. I mean, so, again, when you
why
think
do people hate history? I certainly don't. I want it all out there. I think it should be, good, the bad, and the ugly, but. The shit people.
So that was the question, and then I just thought it was devious, so I changed it to a trigger question, which is: are Democrats or Republicans bad people? And it's right for bullshit. So if anybody has any views,
yeah, I mean, we
to each other.
Wait, Marshall, we can get to that in a second, and I'm just gonna land here. Right? I'm not gonna belabor the fact, right? So when you look at people like Goo, right, that are the size of a farm animal, okay, a bovine species. Do you guys know what a bovine species is? Right? So that's right. So again, at the end of the day, somebody that resembles a bovine species, of course, will come onto this app, be angry, spewing a bunch of anti-Semitism, any type of hate to distract themselves from those freaking pizza tostado freaking hot pockets that this fat bovine animal is actually chomping down behind the mute button on mic. Okay, these are the type of people that I want to call out, to be accountable. Why are you so miserable in the fact that you've allowed yourself to misshapen yourself into being something that's subhuman, into coming on this app and antagonizing and harassing law-abiding, good, honest, working, hard, earnest citizens? That is my whole point. So again, people have their whole laundry list as to what they see, as an issue in society. I have a whole laundry list that is 500 pounds deep, right? It's looking like a fucking bovine animal that has to be transported into a horse trailer.
Look, I mean, honestly, and I love it, because I don't care if they're 600-pound life huge or if they're just a freaking scumbag. If they are that kind of, like, waste of space where they're just so fueled by their own whatever, hate, richness, whatever it is. And I mean, I'm sure everybody, even those people that just hate people and they just are just angry and they're fueled by nothing but hatred. I'm sure we can sit down and go down the rabbit hole of like, who hurt me?
Yeah, but if I was angry at people, wouldn't I make it a point to not be ugly and fat? Like at the end of the day, if I'm going to make it a point to create my presence on this app, am I not going to make it a point to actually do so with a little bit of a legitimacy by not holding an identity that is ugly and fat?
All right.
I'm sorry that I can say the quiet part out loud. I'm sorry.
Now that we've gotten to that
I don't know
part,
this person.
who's taking the most crazy pills? That's the question.
Shout out or a link shout out from Dr. Adam.
Go ahead.
No, I don't want to talk about fatties. I don't want to talk about big bags. What I would prefer to talk
Marshall,
about.
I'm talking about fairness and accountability. Why do these said people that get to live this bovine species freaking existence, okay, sitting in horse trailers,
talk about fat people, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
because
okay, all right. It is what it is.
Wait. Let's take the positivity out of that. Let's not focus on the fact of
No, we're not talking about fat people. It's a boring discussion. I don't want to talk about fucking fat people.
Cool. So what happens is it's a very healthy, physically fit, rich person. Enough money that they can actually have a little platform wherever they go. They got little influencer status, you know. What happens to the quote unquote beautiful people of society that because of their money and their parent or wherever their background came from, that gives them right? Doesn't that give them right and reign to bully, troll? And those words are just too weak. I mean, I'm saying the dregs of society, the real degenerates.
I don't give a shit what somebody looks like.
Yeah, I'm not looking at
fat.
No
they
one
could be
says
fucking skinny. They could be enormous and weigh 800 pounds. The question is, who's taking extra crazy pills? The Democrats or the Republicans or both?
Okay, so I'm going to answer your question. The people who have pushed body positivity the most, okay, in completely ignoring bovine species beings who have allowed themselves to get to that space, okay, who is taking the crazy pills is a fat, radical left Democrats. Sorry. Shout out to the Lizzo body positivity movement. So again, I know that what I'm saying is not polite. I know that what I'm saying is not something that's easy for people to listen to. But again, a lot of the things that have been discussed on this app, attacking people's income, attacking people's race, attacking people's, waking up when the sun goes up. Again, why am I being shamed for bringing up the fact that people are fat and are speaking out of turn as to how their aesthetic, their value, and their desirability translates into this fucking conversation? Like, it's weird.
How much more can I fucking be? I don't want to talk about fucking fat people. It's annoying. I genuinely don't give a shit.
And there's a lot of people that don't want to talk about race. There's a lot of people that don't want to talk about religion.
It's not about race. Who's taking those fucking crazy pills?
Can I have the mic for a second?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Can I have the mic for a second? So
Sure, Sarah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna talk about.
I was gonna say that we have new people that joined the stage. We have obviously Kitty. My God, woman. We have Susanna, David.
Sean, I appreciate it. As I said, we were talking about something else. I don't need to be MC. Thank you very much for your help, though. Appreciate it. Sarah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something that's gonna touch what Adam said and what you said, but in a respectful manner. So look, I studied a master in public health and a master in healthcare administration. America is in a state of emergency because of obesity. This is like a really, really serious issue that we have, and the fact, let's talk about the political party that's actually insane. The fact that we're trying to normalize being obese is a disaster, Marshall. Like, I'm not kidding you guys.
Dude, one of the motherfuckers running for House Speaker in Texas right now is fucking big as a house. He is fat as shit.
About that too.
Hey, Marshall, thought we were going to talk about size and weight and politics.
We're not, which is why I'm moving off topic. I don't want to talk about weight. Weight is not interesting. I don't care how much somebody weighs. I don't care what they fucking look like. Stick to the topic. I don't know why it is, maybe people just think I'm very nice, and so I don't mean what I say.
So,
but I genuinely do mean it.
Marshall, the topic evolved, okay? So the topic was initially about race. Then the conversation as to narcissism was introduced. How can we have a conversation about narcissism and not talk about the body positivity movement? Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
All right. I appreciate the help, Adam. Thank you very much. You're always on my side. But no, I would prefer talk about something that like relates to history that people don't fucking know, or I don't know, like maybe some weird politics shit where people talk to you about like their pet peeves of politicians. Either one of those would be fun. Pet peeves of politicians would be great. Everybody has pet peeves about a politician, so that would be interesting.
Right, but we were discussing that and we could not have a conversation about race. So while we're adapting to the flow of the conversation, now we're being shamed for having the wrong conversation? Like, are y'all okay?
No.
And so, Marshall, you're a Republican. What about free
speech? It's fucking hard for me. It's not that difficult. Come on. So, David. Actually, Sass. I didn't talk to you in a very long time. What do you think? Who's taken extra crazy pills lately and why? And what's a good example in your mind?
She's going to tell you it's the big bags. Because, again, it's the big bags that are subdiffusing the conversation.
Adam,
why? Okay.
My fucking city is the 8th fattest city in the nation. I don't.
Okay, so why are you triggered? You're not the 8th fattest person in the city.
You follow the lead. Because I'm telling you, you're not going to talk about it, and you keep going back to it like a fucking dog to the vomit.
Look, because here's the thing. As a registered Republican...
Oh, wait a minute. So now, because I'm not the size of a bovine species, now I'm a dog. Now I'm a dog.
For the love of all that is fucking holy, stop.
Yeah, but Marshall, I was trying to help you, all right? And I'm almost to the point where I'm like, fuck it. But so if I am somebody that considers myself, and I don't know when they decided to say that you're a nationalist is a bad thing. When you're proud of the country that you live in and you're from, why did that word get it become a pejorative or have a negative connotation towards being a proud nationalist? USA, however the fuck I gotta say it, I'm a proud American. I'm also a registered Republican. I want to know why that my party should allow for fucking shitbags like Reupers, like people that will literally say, I am a Republican, and because I can stick far in front of right instead of moderate or center or conservative. I gotta put far right and then like completely crap all over the word nationalist, right? Crap all over the word white. So that automatically puts me in like a bad position. Especially if I have
crap on nationalism. Nationalism has two predominant theories the way it is defined. Theory number one, which is what we use in America. Theory number two is linked to blood and soil.
I don't know if it's
you guys come on, and then take turns to talk. I mean, you know each other's talking. I mean, what's going on with this room today?
Eric, people been triggered left and right. You know, the Africans got upset with me for bringing out science. Now, you know, the big bags are upset with me for bringing out science. It's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna change my name to Dr. Adams Dum Dum. Okay, Dr. Adams Dum Dum, because apparently I cannot have a conversation on this app unless I'm dumbing myself down to the redundant, repetitive bullshit that y'all discuss on this app on a daily motherfucking basis.
So Dr. Adams, I would think that without question, you would be someone that would be at least right of center. I wouldn't say far right, but I would say you have very strongly backed conservative values.
On my political compass test, I literally was up there with, some of the worst. You know, for me, I'm more authoritarian right.
Okay, all right. So
good in management, Adams.
I think he knows if I'm going to have a follow-up question for you, he has to talk over me. Like, I think it's just his thing. But so, authoritarian right, can you give me, like, an example of, like, one or two, like, if it's I would say Donald Trump. Well, maybe I don't know. Some might say that.
I'm more right than Donald Trump. Definitely more right than Obama. But I will say that I'm slightly more right.
People, I guess.
So I'm slightly more right than Ronald Reagan. You know, and a little bit more authoritarian than Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, but like, okay, we're splitting hairs here. I'm not talking about who's I'm not talking about being fiscally responsible. I'm not talking about geopolitics. I'm not saying things like abortion or something like that. Like, I'm saying, like, when you're looking and examining the human being, the person for who they are, what's their moral compass, what makes them because there's plenty of Democrats that I am friends with. Like, I can proudly say that, like, look, I am diametrically opposed to their personal views on how our country should be ran, and thank God, like, that ideology.
So if you want to go ahead and PTR, okay, that's where I fall on the political spectrum.
It'll take me, like, because I'm on my computer right now, but I'll maybe I just click on it. No, not so much. But so my thing is, why can't we put a hard stop there? I love the fact that the self-examining of people that consider themselves Republicans or even independent, anywhere that is not left of center, that can be something. And I hope that every human being does this. Take a second to step back and ask yourself, am I intentionally hating someone back solely on the color of their skin because of what God they pray to or believe in? Do I hate them because of what genitalia or lack thereof they have? You know what I mean? Like, when I hear that word, Roiper, I'm so ashamed that, like, when I put it in Gemini, you know what it pulls up? It pulls up far right. Far right. And I'm sure maybe you could slap authoritarian on that. And then when I hear you say that, I'm like, there's no way you're supporting these people. Well, like those are the shitbags of life.
No, wait, again, if you want to look at the political compass and where I sit in the quadrant that I'm in my PTR, you have to understand Obama, okay, is in the same fucking quadrant, along with Bill Clinton and a lot of these other people that sit on the opposite side of our political aims as they exist today. What I'm telling you is that I have a practical understanding as...
Yo, what up?
My kingdom for my taints.
I heard a word with the word taint in it today, and I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, it wasn't patience. What was the word? What word has the word taint in it?
I don't know. But in Marshall, I don't know why people don't like you. I tell everybody, I think you're hilarious.
It's just because they want to get their dopamine off and not be, insulted or abused or made to feel stupid.
Yeah, no, I think you're funny, dude.
Well, I like to have fun. Other people like to have fun, but, I just call it dinner for schmucks.
Yes. Fuck, dude. How's things in the Chicago?
I'm about to make myself a cocktail and smoke some weed. Somebody wrote me in my chat, I am insane and I am queer.
And you're queer or insane?
That's what they're saying. They're saying I am projecting when I say that, the insane people of Clubhouse, aka Clown House. I mean, do you want to hear Adams? Listen to this guy. He's insane.
Well, no, it's not that. It's because local government is the thing that makes the most impact on you.
So two things can be true at the same time. So my local choice, as far as who we send to Congress, is the loudest fucking voice against Donald Trump. Shout out to Adam Schiff. I literally moved into his district in Hollywood Hills in the middle of this fucking election. So for me, in looking...
Sorry.
No, listen, I'm seeing so many MAGA flags and so many people. I literally drive up the 170, the Hollywood freeway every single day, and I can count at least 5 pickup trucks that I see going in the opposite direction back into the city limits where I live
get my drink.
that have Trump flags. Right? I literally got my car serviced at Valencia BMW, and the service manager has a lifted truck that says Haktua as his license plate.
Adams, you never met Adams Schiff, have you? I'm sorry.
That's not the point. Like,
Yes, there may have been Trump was up to but the person who levels a 15% poverty tax in your locality.
Oh, in Santa Clarita, in Valencia, because ping Hampton into the room.
I mean,
No, hold on. Ping Hampton into the room. I want him to tell you exactly what his neighbors consist of as far as the political ideologies. Yes, we do both live in Los Angeles County, but there are grave differences between the city limits, okay, and the outward sprawl and the other cities that actually embody this county, okay? Shout out to Santa Clarita. Shout out to Granada Hills. Shout out to Porter Ranch.
Shout out. I see your political spectrum. Where are you at on the autism spectrum?
Adams is
What are you talking about?
It's just past.
On the autism spectrum, like I've been consistently employed since I've been out of college, and I don't drool on the floor. Does that answer your question?
So kind of low.
No, dude, he just cares about the subject. Like, he's excited about it. That's kind of how Adams is. You just have to take him as he comes. And don't try to decipher it. It's just fucking out.
I take it as it comes, and most of the time it's inside of a helmet. Yeah, that's fair.
I just want to say happy holidays for everyone.
It's Merry Christmas, Sass.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Merry Christmas.
I'm sorry. Merry Christmas. Not Merry Christmas, but
No, she said it right. She said it right. She didn't want to, upset the trans women or, anybody else that, felt very strongly about my views on, hey, love the sinner, not the sin, right? So when I actually, talk about the issues that I have and people don't listen carefully and talk about the fact that, yes, there are people that I embrace. There are certain different ecosystems that, again, I'll love the sinner, not the sin. And when I went into Roger's room yesterday and was talking about repentance, all of a sudden everybody wants to pretend like, oh, we don't know who Adams is. Like this is very fucking weird. Like, yes, I can hold on to certain type of political and religious values and still show up and treat people with respect. Now, where things turn left is where people start making little sly comments and start attacking me. That's what you get and what you get.
I don't know if that answered Pardon's question, or if he was just going to go down the line and ask people their personal, where they fall on the autism scale.
I mean, that's not.
I'm fairly mid.
No, I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, because Pardon knows good and damn well that I ain't no fucking autistic person. So again, I appreciate the trolling, the laughing, the joking, X, Y, and Z, but at the end of the day, don't sit here and try to misrepresent my intellect, okay, or try to misrepresent my difference of opinion in other people that hold certain type of political and social avenues of being able to shame people out of those said opinions and trying to define me as autistic. Let's not do that.
I'll say this much, Dr. Adams, from your integrity, I heard you saw many times that
I was just going to say this is an example of what Marshall was saying, which party has gone too crazy. The fact that if you have an opinion, someone's going to call you like autistic because they don't like your opinion or your view. It's crazy.
Pardon? Do you have a follow-up to that? Or was it maybe just in something where Dr. Adams was talking about the whole fat
He's obviously trying.
No, it's crazy. People want to get triggered and they want to accuse me of being like irreverent, belligerent, and upset. I'm not upset. No. I'm not upset. Listen, at the end of the day, big back or not, I'm responsible for Adams, right? I just came back from a hard day's worth of work. I'm sitting in my freaking closet that is probably bigger than a lot of your freaking apartments. So at the end of the day, I'm happy in where I'm at. I'm very passionate in being able to communicate my lesson, because if you don't hear me, okay, the first time, what the fuck I said, I'm going to say it a little bit louder.
Well, Adams,
in case your hearing aid batteries aren't working.
Adams, the richest man on earth is super autistic.
I don't care about the richest man on earth. I'm not trying to be the richest man on earth. Right, but you're saying something that is disanalogous to who I am as a person and to the aims of the things that I'm saying. I don't care about the richest man. I don't care about the person with the most expensive titties. I don't give a fuck. What I'm saying is,
Adam, he's on the phone.
Yeah, but wait. What I'm going to let Dr. Adams know is, like, I'm hoping, and I'll speak for Dr. Adams, like, integrity is and what this person I've heard in many different rooms say. It's not. I don't think, and I don't know for sure, Dr. Adams. I don't think Pardon is saying that necessarily just to troll. Like as long about 3 years on this app, it starts off as a little tiny time bomb of a troll, which is cute and awesome in and of itself. But when it comes to its full effect, there's generally something that I'm hoping that he's trying to get us to all gain from that. And if not, I'll do it.
Attack, Kitty.
It was a joke, guys.
But
Calm down.
It's a joke, and that's what I'm saying. Pardon, listen, I fuck with Pardon, okay? I fuck with Pardon. I don't have a problem with Pardon. Pardon and I are cool. People like to try to make beefs on this app where beefs don't exist. Like they simply do not exist. So we're deviating away from the conversation as far as narcissism and accountability. That's where, Roger, the person who opened up this room, wanted to take this conversation. Now, where it went left is people's attitudes towards my opinions about narcissistic fat people. And that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at right now. People are fighting for their lives. I don't think that they're fighting for their big bag lives because, again, I don't think that the people who are chiming in the most are actually contradictory to the people that I know them to be on this app. So, again, I don't understand why the non-big bag people are so in defense of my rhetoric towards big bags.
Because it's just rude and it takes away from your intellect and all the things that you say and stand on. It completely gets diminished and falls on deaf ears. And I've yet to hear you really honestly drive it home like you have on this one. I guess I could gain from eating better and exercising more, but that's just me poking fun at my own self. But so what I'm saying is that with all the good stuff, as far as let's not be a narcissist, let's have some integrity. If you're looking at where Marshall is just really begging to drive this conversation to. My problem, Marshall, is it's maybe perhaps the poor wording, but what it's going to accomplish by saying who's the better theist? Is it the Christian or the Jew, or is it the Muslim or is it the Christian? Who's better, atheists or is it theists? Because when you go, is it Democrats or is it Republicans that are bad people? Like you see what you're I get it. Let's drive a divide to where we can just split hairs on stupid shit, or we can focus on where Dr. Adams, although ventured off into a weird, I'm sorry, but your own kind of autistic view on fat people, had a really strongly backed point to say, hey, let's not be the kind of people that nobody, regardless of your political affiliation, would be proud to say that you associate with, which is why I brought up the correct.
So you see, Scott? You see how crazy it all is? I mean, you wonder why you don't have a job. You wonder why you don't have a wife and children. I mean, you hear this shit? Everyone's fucked up. My friend wants me to drive downtown and go out and have a drink at a cool bar where there's lots of hot pussy. But I'm like, man, driving all the way downtown to meet up, to have a drink, to drive all the way back in fucking 17-degree weather. I don't know if I'm down.
I'm in the same place right now. I don't know if I want to go out. I'm so warm right now.
I just went to the gym. But I got these 2 new books in. Very powerful spiritual books. The most powerful of all Jewish literature, the Tanya.
You fired?
I'm gonna blaze this weed, drink this beer, and I'm gonna read to you Tanya. Are you recording this? Can you record it and publish it?
No, I could record my phone, bro. It's so quiet. Where am I going? I want to go to, see if I really want to go here, but 3rd and Bainbridge.
Did you see Philadelphia is gonna build a $1.3 billion sports?
Downtown.
Jesus, is it gonna be a casino too?
It's just a basketball stadium.
Oh, well, can you tell the mayor they need to make it a casino too? They're going to waste all that effort and not get a casino.
I mean, we have a bunch of casinos.
Oh.
Like, we have a ton of casinos in here.
I see. We got an application on one of my properties. Let's see. Let's see the credit score. How much do you pay for rent?
$175 a week.
Jesus. This woman's name is Unique Titiana. I got one gas bill I'm paying off. $175 a week, damn.
Yeah.
You have a roommate?
I live in a sober living house.
Oh.
So I have a bunch of roommates.
God, that must be
in the house.
so boring. You can't even have a drink.
Yeah.
Sober living. I was going to Alcoholics Anonymous. Now I just drink under a different name.
Yeah, how long were you going to AA?
I went to NA meetings actually, mostly NA meetings.
Oh, nice.
It's very Christian, very spiritual, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Young people whose lives are just like in total fucking disarray, and, the alcohol and drugs, it's just, it's there every single day. I instead choose to embrace the alcohol and drugs. Okay, Scott, thanks for being here on my podcast. This is called Book Club, where we try to use Clubhouse productively to make ourselves smarter.
Don't post up me going to AA meeting.
I'm not ashamed of alcohol or cannabis.
I know, just don't post that.
Post it. I'm not posting it. I'm live streaming myself.
Alright, but don't post it live video.
Nobody knows you, everybody thinks you're a deacon or a bishop. Okay, this is called Preface by the Lubavitcher Rebbe.
I like the Lubavitch.
Hasidus in general, and Chabad Hasidus in particular, is an all-embracing world outlook and a way of life which sees the Jew's central purpose as the unifying link between the Creator and creation. The Jew is a creature of heaven and of earth, of a heavenly divine soul, which is truly a part of godliness, clothed in an earthly vessel constituted of a physical body and an animal soul, whose purpose is to realize the transcendency and unity of his nature, and of the world in which he lives within the absolute unity of God. The realization of this purpose entails a two-way correlation, one in the direction from above, downward to earth, the other from the earth upward. In fulfillment of the first, man draws holiness from the divinely given Torah and commandments, to permeate therewith every phase of his daily life and his environment, his share in this world. In fulfillment of the second, man draws upon all the resources at his disposal, both created and man-made, as vehicles for his personal ascendancy, and with him that of the surrounding world. One of these basic resources is the vehicle of human language and communication. As the Alter Rebbe, author of Tanya, pointed out in one of his other works, and of the 70 tongues when used as an instrument to disseminate the Torah and mitzvot, is itself elevated thereby from its earthly domain in the sphere of holiness, while at the same time serving as a vehicle to draw the Torah and mitzvot from above downward to those who read and understand this language. In the spirit of the above-mentioned remarks, the volume presented here, the first English translation of the Tanya, Part 1, since its first appearance 165 years ago, is an event of considerable importance. It brings this basic work of Chabad philosophy and way of life to a wider range of Jews, to whom the original work presents a language problem or even a barrier. It is thus a further contribution to the dissemination of the fountains of Chassidus, which were unlocked by Rabbi Israel Baal Shem Tov, who envisaged Chassidus as a stream of living waters, growing deeper and wider until it should reach every segment of the Jewish people and bring new inspiration and vitality into their daily lives. The translation of such a work as the Tanya presents a formidable task. As a matter of fact, several unsuccessful attempts have been made at various times in the past to translate the Tanya into one or another of the European languages. It is therefore to the lasting credit of Dr. Nissan Mindel that this task has been accomplished. Needless to say, translations are at best inadequate substitutes for the original. It is confidently hoped, however, that the present translation, provided as it is, with an introduction, glossary, notes, and indexes, will prove a very valuable aid to students of Chassidus in general, and of Chabad in particular. Menachem Schneerson, Lag Biomer, 5722. A translation of all parts of the Tanya into Yiddish by the late Rabbi Uriel Zimmer was published by Otsar, Hachachasidim Lubavitch, and Kehot Publication Society in 1958. An English translation of the second part of Tanya appears in The Way of the Faithful by Raphael Ben Zion, Los Angeles, 1945, which leaves much to be desired. A new and revised English translation of it, together with the other parts of the Tanya, is in preparation by the Kehot Publication Society. Okay, these are the key to symbols and abbreviations. AL ad lock on that passage, same. Okay. So this is like an old version of it. It's really interesting. I'm just going to read you like two random pages. Here we go. It's small. It's not long. Here it says, "My beloved, my brethren and friends who are to me as my own soul, behold, I am aware of the hardships of these times, that the means for livelihood have declined, and especially among those known to me from your ranks, whose hand has wavered. They are without any assistance and support, and they literally borrow in order to eat. May the Lord show them compassion and speedily bring them respite from their straits. Nonetheless, they are not acting rightly unto their soul, according to the reports that they shut their hand, which all their life long to this very day was open to give with a full hand, and benevolence towards all essential necessities, to satisfy the needs of the innocent destitutes, whose eyes are lifted unto us. If heaven forfend, we will not have mercy on them. Who then will show them compassion? And as it is written, that your brother may live with you, the rule, your life takes precedence, applies only in the case of one has a pitcher of water. That is, when the same thing is equally essential to both to drink in order to restore the soul from thirst. But when the poor needs bread for the mouths of babes, and wood and cloths against the cold, and the like, then all these take precedence to any pompous garments and family feasts. Meat and fish, and all the delicacies of man, and any members of his household, the rule, your life takes precedence, does not apply in such a case, because all these are not really essential to life, as are the needs of the poor. They are truly equal, as mentioned in Nedarim, folio 80. Now, all this is according to the strict measure of the law. In fact, however, even in the case where such reasoning does not apply, it behooves everyone not to be particular in insisting on the law, but to set aside his own life, and to go far beyond the measure of the law. One should be concerned for his own sake with the statement of our sages, OBM, that he who is exacting in that will eventually be brought to it, heaven forfend. And after all of us need at all times the mercies of heaven, which are elicited only through an arousal from below, by arousing at all times, in every moment, our compassion for those that are in need of compassion. But he who hardens his heart and suppresses his compassion, for whatever reason there may be, he causes the same above to suppress, heaven forfend." Okay, that's the old version. This is a newer translation with commentary. I hope this helps you with your situation. You know, I hope your income. The word income, come in, income. Okay, this is called the practice of comprehension. Loving God intellectually. You can understand the verse, for this thing is very near to you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. The it is tevunah, the rational love of God. For while ecstasy is not for everyone, reason is, you can contemplate God's infinity at any time, and when you do, you will generate at least this rational love that leads to godly action. This is true even for the wicked, whose deeds give no life, for rational love can shatter the iron wall that separates them from God. Why? Because even rational love leads to remorse, and remorse to a broken heart, and a broken heart to goodness. As it is written, the sacrifices to God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. Goodness surrounds, maketh the heart like the sea surrounds the hull of a ship. If the hull should crack, the sea rushes in. It is the same with the heart and goodness. Again, we find the Alter Rebbe refusing to write off even the wicked, for everyone is a manifestation of God and can awaken to God. If this is so, then awakening is neither esoteric nor difficult to achieve. On the contrary, it is in your mouth and in your heart that you may do it. In other words, every person, no matter how alienated from God and others he or she may feel himself or herself to be, is innately capable of shattering the iron wall of separation. Kelipat Noga. How? Through the cultivation of the intellect, psycho. When you devote your mind to contemplating the infinite expanse of God, you begin to realize that you are a part of that, understanding that God's Ahava Rabbah, God's infinite love, must embrace even the most alienated and lost. You begin to doubt the absoluteness of your alienation. The iron wall you imagined separating you from God begins to crack, and when it does, goodness seeps into your taint, slowly hollowing out the Kalipa Noga so that it becomes more and more transparent to the light of God. Okay, this is called Illuminating the World. Let me blaze this weed real quick. Drink this grapefruit juice beer. Okay, this is called Illuminating the World. The messianic perfection and the resurrection of the dead, which are the revelation of the infinite in the heart of the finite, depend entirely upon you and your spiritual practice. When physically engaged in spiritual practice, the shells of separation are made transparent. The light of God illumines the darkness of self. You are not here to elevate the spiritual, but to illumine the material. Illumination happens when you eat, drink, and do all you do in a state of holiness. The great illumination comes through generosity, which is called the quintessential practice. Generosity is giving from the fruits of your labor and requires all of your energy. Your entire body gives and uplifts it. This is why generosity hastens redemption. The Shema, the hearing, is the central affirmation of Judaism. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh is our God, Yahweh is one. The Shema is recited at least twice daily and is to be the final words you utter upon death. The purpose of prayer is to rouse you to action. If your prayer remains only in your mind, it has no impact on your actions. But if prayer is said aloud, the body is engaged and motivated to act. Kavana, concentration of the mind, with the intention of illuminating God in all dimensions. Rabbi Schneur Zalman is concerned lest the in-betweener become preoccupied with self-transcendence and neglect the physical dimensions of life. It is all too easy to place spiritual in opposition to material, and then to neglect the latter in favor of the former. Tanya is clear. Complete awakening happens in and through all 5 worlds. The true work of the spiritual person is to infuse the material world with spiritual light, and thus illumine the divine in, with, and as all reality. There is no distinction between matter and spirit in God. There is only God. Thus, contemplative practices must include the body, rather than exclude it. Even when reciting the Shema, the affirmation of God's non-duality, the body must be engaged, at least through the act of speech. But the words must not be empty. On the contrary, they must be infused with kavanah, an intense focus of the intellect cycle that uses the act of prayer as a means for engaging the body, heart, mind, and soul in illuminating all worlds. Okay, this is called necessity of intent. This will be the last one I read. Thought alone is incapable of bringing about redemption. Prayer without speech is unacceptable. This is true even of the Shema, which must be articulated out loud. All prayers and blessings must be spoken out loud. For if the body is not engaged, the material world cannot be healed. Yet speech alone is incapable of bringing about redemption, while prayer without concentration fulfills the obligation to pray. Prayer without concentration is like a body without breath. Prayer is not superior to action, nor is action superior to prayer. Both are desired by God. Lishma, for its own sake, is a deed done without any ulterior motive. The unification of body, heart, mind, soul, and spirit is the realization that God is all. You have more control over your thoughts than your feelings. So the Alter Rebbe is not insisting you need arouse both equally. Love supports both lover and beloved, while awe and wonder surrender the lover to the beloved God. Okay, that's called Tanya.
I know Tanya.
I knew it, Tanya. I am the Lord Jesus Christ, your Savior. I bless you, child. That's what somebody just chatted with me in Clown House.
We just getting in. We found West Columbia.
Bo, like the fucking baseball football player, Bo Jackson?
Yeah.
Y'all don't think he's gonna him at all, like not.
He was next to the whole room. Could you imagine? This.
My feet. I will go back to it.
Are you on Hinge, Scott?
No.
Oh, you gotta get on Hinge, bro. Get on Hinge. I just took out a doctor last night on a date.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, you know, finding a woman is what you really need.
So, again,
Okay, I just came up with a banger room title. It says, How to Find and Attract Quality Women Through God.
I love
You want to join the clown house room?
Sure.
Okay.
Alright, play. I'll go ping me in.
Okay.
I'll play later.
We got the world famous Scott Jones in the house. Welcome to How to Find and Attract Quality Women Through God.
Thank you.
We will be conducting an investigation into how to find quality women through the wisdom of the Tanya. Who esteemed is here. Wow, look at all these people just flooding into the room to learn how to find and attract quality women through God. And look, Mandy has an 18 plus safe for work, not safe for work PTR. This is the House of Joy with your friend Adrian. Go ahead, join the house, cash in your pink ticket, because we are here spreading joy, love.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be joining your house, but
What?
what's your argument?
Excuse me? What's my argument? This is a house of joy, sir. How dare you disrupt the flow of our joy with your pernicious, salty little statements?
Do you know what she did?
Do I know what she did?
Yeah, your cunting mother.
My mother?
Alright, now that we got that sorted out, what are you really doing here?
What are you doing here? I created that room in the house. You're in my playground.
Yeah, and I'm bringing my toys to the sandbox. Let's play.
Oh. Well, invite people to the room, join the house, and cash in your pathetic little pink tickets. Scott, what are your thoughts on how to find and attract a quality woman through God?
I think women love a man that loves the Lord Jesus.
Do you think Jesus is essential for finding a quality woman?
I bet my taint on it.
Your taint? Esteemed, what does your taint say about the situation?
Okay, listen up. What's my take?
Interesting. Wow, there were 149 terrorist attacks in Sweden in 2023. A bomb has just exploded in central Stockholm. 150 attacks with explosives in Sweden last year. Japan's most senior cancer doctor. COVID shots are essentially murder.
Keep going.
Can you play a G, then an A, then an E?
Okay, G.
G, A,
And then E.
E.
Yeah, this is an E. So, G. A. E.
Okay. So this is technically a hypnosis room to help you find love, money, health, and joy. We believe in the power of neurolinguistically programming the subconscious mind to manifest your greatest desires. Scott, what do you desire in 2025?
Do you know what I think would be better? How about C instead? Then A. Then G. And then D.
Mm. I noticed some smegma on the tip of my schmeckle. Then my taint, I touched my taint. Scott, can you do a taint test? Let us know how the taint is at the moment.
Does that make more sense?
Excuse me?
It sounds like that makes more sense though. C.
Okay, this is called two types of awe.
G. And then D.
Okay, this is your programming hypnosis to get you that pussy tonight. It's called two types of awe. There are two levels of awe, one lower and one higher. The lower is experienced as fear, particularly a fear of harming others. This fear fills you with the desire to turn from evil and do good. About this type of awe, our sages said, if there is no fear, there is no wisdom. The higher awe is experienced as wonder, so intense that it overwhelms the self with the glory of God. Of this awe, our sages said, if there is no wisdom, there is no wonder. Just as there are two grades of awe, so are there two grades of love. One lower and one higher, and the lesser love is a longing for connections in the world. The greater love is realization of one's connection with God. Isaiah 26:9, grammatically you refers to soul, but for the Alter Rebbe, God and soul are one. Hence he takes you to refer to God. The Zohar, the 13th century book of splendor, is the central text of Kabbalah. Okay, this is called higher grades of love. There is a third grade of love, higher still, that all people share. This love is hinted at in the verse, my soul, I desire you at night. About this, the Zohar says, since you, God, are my true nature and life, I desire you with the intensity of the dying who yet desperately cling to life. There is a fourth grade of love, higher still, that also resides in everyone. This love is like a child whose love for her parents surpasses her love of self and who acts for their sake alone. Since we all have one Father, we all have this love hidden deep within. Anyone can access this love. It is not beyond reach, nor is it far off, but it is very close to you. In your mouth and in your heart, all four kinds of love should be cultivated. This is the reason you were created. How is such love released? Speak to one another in a manner that arouses your heart and mind to yearn for God. For it is written, a good thought is joined by God to a deed. No one is excluded from spiritual awakening. Well, not everyone is ready for the practice of self-emptying awe or open to the guidance of a spiritual teacher. Everyone has the innate capacity to be transformed through love. How is this done? Through the power of loving speech. Speak in such a manner that promotes harmony rather than discord. Peace rather than conflict. Use your words to recognize the unity embracing all diversity, since words are linked to thoughts, and both are linked to deeds, together forming the three garments of the intellect. Habituating your speech to love arouses both mind and heart to love. Together they will align your actions with love as well. You may not be able to directly control your thoughts and feelings, and your actions may be driven by habits too deep to dispel, but the words that come out of your mouth, these are controllable. Begin with what is in your mouth to arouse what is in your heart, mind, and taint. And in time, your taint and all your actions will be in tune with God and godliness. Ein Sof, the infinite Godhead, includes even the thickest shell of self and separation, for even these are part of God's infinite unfolding of your taint. We feel exiled from the Shekinah, God's immanence, when we forget our true nature as manifestations of God. When you realize your attachment to self is preventing you from realizing the unity of your taint to the transcendent and the immanent aspects of God, you will desire that union of taint and work to end your attachment. Yichud Elyon, literally the highest unity that is non-duality. Yichud Elyon. Okay, Scott, that's been Skylight Illuminations. Keys to spiritually opening your taint. Walking together and finding the way. How does your taint feel? Have we chakrically opened up your seventh chakra? Chakra? Okay, we're going to take a break here. Yichud Elyon. Okay, we're going to call my friend Max and see if he actually wants to go to this bar. I really don't want to drive all the way down there. Ooh, no more traffic.
Hey, this is Max Gruber. Thanks for calling. Leave a message after the tone and I'll get back to you.
Oh. Okay, let's listen to that playback.
Of the Tanya. Who esteemed is here. Wow, look at all these people just flooding into the room to learn how to find and attract quality women through God. And look, Mandy has an 18 plus safe for work, not safe for work PTR.
Tickets. How have I been here?
This is the House of Joy with your friend Adrian. Go ahead, join the house, cash in your pink ticket, because we are here spreading joy, love.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be joining your house, but what's your argument?
Excuse me? What's my argument? This is a house of joy, sir. How dare you disrupt the flow of our joy with your pernicious, salty little statements?
I cracked myself up, Scott.
Do I know what she did?
Yeah, your cunting mother.
My mother?
Alright, now that we got that sorted out, what are you really doing here?
What are you doing here? I created that room in the house. You're in my playground.
Yeah, and I'm bringing my toys to the sandbox. Let's play.
Oh. Well, invite people to the room, join the house, and cash in your pathetic little pink tickets. Scott, what are your thoughts on how to find and attract a quality woman through God?
I think women love a man that loves the Lord Jesus.
Do you think Jesus is essential for finding a quality woman?
I bet my taint on it.
Your taint? Esteemed, what does your taint say about the situation?
Okay, listen up. That's my take.
Interesting. Wow, there were 149 terrorist attacks in Sweden in 2023. A bomb has just exploded in central Stockholm. 150 attacks with explosives in Sweden last year. Japan's most senior cancer doctor, COVID shots are essentially murder.
Keep going.
Can you play a G, then an A, then an E?
Okay, G.
Gay.
G, A,
And then E.
E.
Yeah, this is the So, G, A, E.
Okay. So this is technically a hypnosis room to help you find love, money, health, and joy. We believe in the power of neurolinguistically programming the subconscious mind to manifest your greatest desires. Scott, what do you desire in 2025?
Do you know what I think would be better? How about C instead? Then A. Then G. And then D.
I noticed some smegma on the tip of my schmeckle. Then my taint, I touched my taint. Scott, can you do a taint test? Let us know how the taint is at the moment.
That'll make more sense.
Excuse me?
It sounds like that makes more sense, though. C.
Okay, this is called two types of awe.
G. And then D.
Okay, this is your programming hypnosis to get you that pussy tonight. It's called two types of awe. There are two levels of awe, one lower and one higher. The lower is experienced as fear, particularly a fear of harming others. This fear fills you with it.
Okay, I'm going to start a new recording. This is called The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. Dragons. Thought is the shadow of the eclipse of Luna. Samadhi is the shadow of the eclipse of Sol. The moon and the earth are the non-ego, and the ego, the sun, is that. Both eclipses are darkness. Both are exceeding rare. The universe itself is light. Dragons are in the east supposed to cause eclipses by devouring the luminaries. There may be some significance in the chapter number, which is that of Yechida, the highest unity of the soul. In this chapter, the idea is given that all limitation and evil is an exceedingly rare accident. There can be no night in the whole of the solar system, except in rare spots where the shadow of a planet is cast by itself. It is a serious misfortune that we happen to live in a tiny corner of the system, where darkness reaches such a high figure as 50%. The same is true of moral and spiritual conditions. Lambskin. Cowan Skidoo! Tally! Swear to hell it all! This is the mystery. Life. Mind is the traitor. Slay mind. Let the corpse of mind lie unburied on the edge of the great sea. Death. This is the mystery. Come on, Skidoo! Commentary. This chapter will be readily intelligible to E.A. Freemasons, and it cannot be explained to others. The Luby. Only Lubies find excellence in these words. It is thinkable that A is not A. To reverse this is but to revert to the normal. A is not negative A. Yet by forcing the brain to accept propositions of which one set is absurdity, the other truism, a new function of brain is established. Vague and mysterious and all indefinite are the contents of this new consciousness, yet they are somehow vital. By use they become luminous. Unreason becomes experience. This lifts the leaden-footed soul to the experience of that of which reason is the blasphemy. But without that experience, these words are the lies. Yet a ruby to thee, and a booby to me, a Balasius ruby to God, maybe. The word luby occurs in folklore, and was supposed to be the author at the time of writing this book, which he did when he was far from any standard works of reference, to connote partly booby, partly lout. It would thus be a similar word to Parsifal. Paragraphs 2 through 6 explain the method that was given in chapters 1131. This method, however, occurs throughout the book on numerous occasions, and even in the chapter itself, it is employed in the last paragraphs. Okay, this is the last reading I'm going to do. It's called the Hemog. A red rose absorbs all colors but red. Red is therefore the one color that it is not. This law, reason, time, space, all limitation blinds us to truth. All that we know of man, nature, God is just that which they are not. It is that which they throw off as repugnant. The Hemog is only visible insofar as he is imperfect. Then are they all glorious who seem not to be glorious, as the Hemog is all glorious within? It may be so. How then distinguish the inglorious and perfect Hemog from the inglorious man of earth? Distinguish not, but thyself extinguish. Hemog art thou, and Hemog shalt thou be. Commentary. Paragraph 1 is, of course, a well-known scientific fact. In paragraph 2, it is suggested analogically that all thinkable things are similarly blinds for the unthinkable reality. Classing in this manner all things as illusions. The question arises as to the distinguishing between illusions. How are we to tell whether a holy, illuminated man of God is really so, since we can see nothing of him but his imperfections? It may be yonder beggar is a king, but these considerations are not to trouble such mind as the Chellah may possess. Let him occupy himself rather with the task of getting rid of his personality. This, and not criticism of his holy guru, should be the occupation of his days and nights. Subnote: Hemog is a notarikon of the words holy, illuminated man of God. Okay, I'll read one more. This is called Corned Beef Hash. In VVVVVV is the great work perfect. Therefore, none is that pertaineth not to VVVVV. In any may he manifest, yet in one hath he chosen to manifest, and this one hath given his ring as a seal of authority to the work of the AA through the colleagues of Frater Perderabo. But this concerns themselves and their administration. It concerneth none below the grade of exempt adept, and such an one only by command. Also, since below the abyss reason is Lord, let men seek by experiment, and not by questionings. And Clown House. Commentary. The title is only partially explained in the note. It means that the statements in this chapter are to be understood in the most ordinary and commonplace way, without any mystical sense. VVVVVV is the motto of a master of the temple, or so much he disclosed to the exempt adepts, referred to in Liber Alexi. It is he who is responsible for the whole of the development of the AA movement, which has been associated with the publication of the Equinox, and his utterance is enshrined in the sacred writings. It is useless to inquire into his nature. To do so leads to certain disaster. Authority from him is exhibited when necessary to the proper persons, though in no case to anyone below the grade of exempt adept. The person inquiring into such matters is politely requested to work and not to ask questions about matters which in no way concern him. The number 41 is that of the barren mother. Subnote, i.e. food suitable for Americans. Okay, one more. It is called Dust Devils. In the wind of the mind arises the turbulence called I. It breaks, down shower the barren thoughts, all life is choked. The desert is the abyss, wherein is the universe. The stars are but thistles in that waste. Yet this desert is but one spot accursed in a world of bliss. Now and again travelers cross the desert. They come from the great sea, and to the great sea they go. As they go, they spill water. One day they will irrigate the desert till it flower. See? 5 footprints of a camel. VVVVVVV. Commentary. This number, 42, is the great number of the curse. See Liber 418, Liber 500, and the essay on the Kabbalah in the Temple of Solomon the King. This number is said to be all hodgepodge and cursed. The chapter should be read most carefully in connection with the 10th ether. It is that dramatic experience that it refers. The mind is called wind because of its nature, as has been frequently explained. The ideas and words are identical. In this free-flowing, centerless material arises an eddy, a spiral close coiled upon itself. The theory of the formation of the ego is that of the Hindus, whose ahamkara is itself a function of the mind, whose ego it creates. The ego is entirely divine. Zoroaster describes God as having the head of the hawk and a spiral force. It would be difficult to understand this chapter without some experience in the transvaluation of values, which occurs throughout the whole of this book. In nearly every other sentence, transvaluation of values is only the moral aspect of the method of contradiction. The word turbulence is applied to the ego to suggest the French tourbillon, whirlwind, the false ego, or dust devil. True life, the life which has no consciousness of I, is said to be choked by this false ego, or rather by the thoughts which its explosions produce. In paragraph 4, this is expanded to a macrocosmic plane. The masters of the temple are now introduced. They are inhabitants, not of this desert. Their abode is not this universe. They come from the great sea, Bina, the city of the pyramids. V is indicated as one of these travelers. He is described as a camel, not because of the connotation of the French form of this word, but because camel is in Hebrew gimel, and gimel is the path leading from Tifereth to Kether, uniting microprosopus and macroprosopus, performing the great work. The card Gimel in the tarot is the high priestess, the lady of initiation. One might even say the holy guardian angel. Mulberry tops. Black blood upon the altar, and the rustle of angel wings above. Black blood of the sweet fruit, the bruised, the violated bloom that setteth the wheel is spinning in the spire. Death is the veil of life, and life of death, for both are gods. This is that which is written, a feast for life, and a great feast for death, in the book of the law. The blood is the life of the individual. Offer then blood. The title of this chapter refers to a Hebrew legend that of the prophet who heard a going in the mulberry tops, and to Browning's phrase, a bruised, black-blooded mulberry. In the world's tragedy, household gods, the scorpion, and also the god Eater, the reader may study the efficacy of rape and the sacrifice of blood as magical formula. Blood and virginity have always been the most acceptable offerings to all the gods, but especially the Christian God. In the last paragraph, the reason of this is explained. It is because such sacrifices come under the great law of the rosy cross, the giving up of the individuality. As has been explained ad nauseum in previous chapters, we shall frequently recur to this subject. By the wheel of spinning in the spire is meant the manifestation of magical force, the spermatozoon in the conical phallus for wheels. See chapter 78. Okay, Rachel, this is called The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. You can go on YouTube. I'll find it for you. I'm reading the book, but I've been listening to the audiobook over and over again. I'm like trying to program myself on the wisdom of this. It's all Kabbalah. It's British Christian Kabbalah. Kabbalists. Yeah, I try to read it in the way that I think Aleister Crowley would sound. You know, I've heard him speak. He sounds very like, I don't know, Irish or something, or English, but this is like my Winston Churchill voice reading Aleister Crowley, even though it's not quite Winston. Winston is more, I could listen to Winston Churchill speeches for a long time. They're so amazing. Scott, are you still with me? Are you feeling the joy, and have you figured out how to find and attract quality women through God yet? Rachel, do you want to say anything? Jesus, you want to come up, Jesus? I love that profile, dude. 1.3 thousand followers of Jesus. That's great. Rachel, welcome.
No, I was gonna say it. You also sort of sounded a little bit like Cecil DeMille, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Or is that how you say his name? Is that his name?
Cecil B. DeMille did the Ten Commandments and all those other big Hollywood movies, but he did he did the
this was his
voiceover.
narrator voice. It sort of reminds me of that.
Then Moses left Gideon and went to his concubine. You know, like he did. Yeah, that guy's a legend. I mean,
Yeah. No, I grew up watching those movies every year almost. Because I was raised in a religious group. And even now sometimes, like since I've left, and I mean, I'm coming back to maybe a belief in divinity right now, but like even when I was a firm like atheist, I still enjoyed watching Ten Commandments and Samson and Delilah, because the original one with Victor Mature and Heidi Lamar.
Heady.
I used to or Hetty, sorry, not Heidi, Hetty. So it's like I think those are great movies still. And Ben-Hur's fantastic. And then even did you ever see the Jesus of Nazareth miniseries? I'm sure you probably did, with Robert Powell.
Maybe. If I looked it up on YouTube, I probably recognize it.
Yeah, I still think that's a really well done miniseries, even though obviously they didn't get Jesus' look correct. But yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to crash the reading party.
Okay, so prior to this book, we were reading Tanya, and I like to debate atheists on this app. The whole thing about Tanya is it deals with infinity and eternity. So when you meditate on the microcosm and the macrocosm, it's like illumination. So you should continue, buying books and reading about God, because it's such a useful, God is such a useful tool of self exploration, self discovery, self manifestation, self joy. It really deals with joy and happiness. So, in my opinion, like an atheist is like borderline joy. They're trying by basically denying and negating that all is God. You're trying to essentially do what theists are doing. And I mean, that's just the way I view it. But, if you I don't know, like the evolution thing. I mean, you can just go to the zoo and like compare yourself to monkeys, and you're like, yeah, I'm a monkey, right? I mean, I've never seen any evidence for Jehovah, or like a thunder god who created reality. I haven't seen that evidence, but I'm pretty sure nature and the earth and all the monkeys and there's it's just genetic programming, right? But it's fully automated. So then it begs the question, is there like a supreme programmer in the shadows, in the history of time? I would say it has to be, right? If you know modern computer software programming, hardware software, how is our genetic code and our biology just not some universal genius of, amalgamation or programming? I mean, it's just I know how stupid I am. Thus, it deals with woe or awe at knowing that you know nothing. Like you and I are pretty much just monkeys.
No, that was a lot that you said. I really actually like most of what you said, and real quick, it was just funny because when I was growing up, I used to write a bunch of stories and staple them together and illustrate them, and so I made my own books when I was little.
Wow.
And I started working on one time when we were learning about cell biology, and I'm also super into computers and stuff. So I wanted to write a children's book where on one side on the left page, you were like in a computer itself, and so I would explain like. I don't know, the motherboard is like for this purpose, right? And then on the right side, I have something that correlates to that in the world of genetics or the cell. DNA, sorry, not cell biology, DNA. And and then explain what that's for. And then at the end of the book, be like, okay, the computer was designed, but like point out how like if the computer was designed, do not therefore think that DNA has a design. So it was kind of like a children's book to like make them think about that or become aware of that idea. But yeah.
You know, the other thing about reading books versus just talking with each other on this app is that you're really doing personal self-programming of your mind, of your brain, creating new axons, dendrites, new neuroplasticity in the mind. You can't really do that by just having casual conversations by repeating your memories to each other or coming up with new synthesized, amalgamations of your memory and like projections. So to me, like I have a large library. I have about 1,000 books, and I've been using this app for many years to do these types of readings. And it's like going to the gym. Like your body over time, develops. Your brain over time develops with new, neuroplasticized, oblasts or whatever the hell it's called. The thing about transcendental meditation and God and doing these types of like readings is that they're just far out, but the product is joy and happiness. Um, It's because it's infinity. Like you're studying infinity, which is self. It's macro, micro. Go within. God, the kingdom of God is definitely within. But once you go within, then you look outside and you're like, look at the universe. Like the universe made the earth.
Yeah.
The earth, made us.
Yeah, I'm definitely all about going within. And even when I was like firmly like in the atheist camp for some time, it was more of a reaction to like religious trauma. I freely admit that. But then I sort of, well, anyway, that's a whole nother story. but one thing I always appreciated still, even when I'm like exploring spirituality, not necessarily adhering to the God of the Christian Bible in that sense. Anyway, I always found when Jesus would say the kingdom of God is at hand, I always felt like that's what he was meaning. That it's here now. It's within you. You can access it at any time. You don't need a temple or a church to access it, right? It's within you. So I always appreciated that.
Well, but the temple and the church are still just metaphors for the body, which is like a metaphor for self or house. So, I mean, again, you have to go within. I don't know. It's just that's the expression or So the other thing is like it's all magic. This is like medieval sorcery in many ways. Kabbalah, this Jewish philosophy, the 32 paths, the 22 letters, the 10 vowels. This is like a system of intelligence because I am pretty retarded. And, like to even really comprehend it all in its totality, in the moment and to really know all the words, but again, it's all just positive neurolinguistic programming. So, yeah.
Yeah. And whether, like, I don't think it has to necessarily be like some being like the God of the Christian Bible is portrayed as, but there's definitely a consciousness to me, to everything. And for a long time, I was just believing in like the oneness model, that there's all this connective tissue between humans. But more recently, I'm coming back to the idea that like, no matter how hard I try to just think that there's only the materialistic world, the physical world, I always am called to or drawn to this idea that there's a spiritual realm. And for me, it's like, it's undeniable. But I have a hard, lately I haven't wanted to say where I'm at with my studies and my reading and like my thoughts, because I have a lot of friends that are atheists or agnostic, and sometimes, and I know this shouldn't stop me, but sometimes I'm like, I don't want to be embarrassed, or I don't want them to laugh at me. until no baby, and thank you, until I can articulate better what my beliefs are. But at the same time, a lot of what I believe is unarticulatable, if that's a word, is not able to be articulated, right? Because there's a lot of paradox to this whole thing. There's a lot of things that you just come to without, like, yeah. Anyway, so I could ramble about it for a long time, but. But I do like, I think there's just a lot of, like, power of the mind and power of words that people don't realize. And it reminds me, did you ever read Snow Crash by any chance?
No.
Okay, well, it's like, I recommend it and I don't recommend it because it's a huge fat book and the author really gets bogged down in detail. But the middle of the book where the meat is just so good because it combines, like, stuff from the Bible with Sumerian myth and computer programming and the power of language and the power of the mind and the power of words, and it just combines it all. Like, it's really cool. It's just really cool.
Have you ever read Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching? Lao Tzu, Tao Te Ching, Book of Changes. It's like the Chinese philosophical classic.
I've only, like, read people's, like, commentary on it. I actually haven't read it all through myself. So I've only read, like, excerpts from stuff I've read online.
It's like, I'll read you some of it right now. It's very, like, you could tell it's very old, and it really deals with, like, universal consciousness or collective consciousness, or it's just intelligence and wisdom. But if you've never read Lao Tzu Tao Te Ching, this is why I know I'm not an atheist. Because, like, when you study Hinduism and Chinese philosophy or Buddhism, you're like, damn, there is a great mystery. There's a secret and a riddle. Your life is like a crazy labyrinth. And the more you pick up these books and read them, the happier you will be, because you'll realize that, like, you only have hours to live. It's dinner for schmucks, but at the same time, like, it develops your personal responsibility. It'll help you with your decision making process in terms of pragmatism, priorities. You'll see a parasite for a parasite and a predator for a predator. Like, intelligence and wisdom supersedes most propaganda. So if all communication is hypnosis, you should really try to read these classics and program yourself with them. Read it out loud, record it. I mean, I'm always saying this, but this is what I do. I record this stuff and then I'll re-listen to it, and I'm just like, wow, 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 because I know how stupid I am. And then I have more compassion. I have more compassion and kindness for everybody else, because I know how fucking retarded I am and how weak I am, and how nobody's reading books anymore and everybody's just doom scrolling.
I know. It's very good at helping you wake up to the patterns that are making you be stuck or fall behind. So yeah, and it's interesting because, like, right now, I'm kind of going crazy a little bit right now, honestly, because I've had a lot of growth and exponential growth this year. My process on this journey, has been really slow and gradual, but it's like the evolutionary theory of punctuated equilibrium. I have a slow and steady rise and breakthroughs and growth in the spiritual realm, and then I have moments of just, like, bursts, exponential growth, really fast breakthroughs. And since my birthday, actually it started since before my birthday, but then I sped up after this retreat I went to for my birthday on the 4th of October. And it's just like I'm having one breakthrough after another, growth. And now, but the thing that's happening is, like, okay, and I say ego, but I do know that ultimately ego is not an actual thing. It's just an illusion. But it's helpful to talk about it as if it's a separate person from you, or it's helpful for me. So, like, my ego's throwing a tantrum. So it's like, I don't like all this growth. I don't like all these breakthroughs. like, no, and it's trying to fight and it's throwing a fit. And so it's like bouncing me back and forth, like between feeling really great, really content and peaceful and like I'm growing. And then the next day, I'm like all in my head and emotions, and it just trying to keep me, it just doesn't want to move forward. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm like, feel like I'm going crazy, absolutely crazy. But I'm glad I stumbled upon this room because it sounds. I like the things you're saying.
Well,
and
what?
It's resonating.
I was looking at a sunset with my sister once, and I said, "Do you have an ego?" And she's like, "Yeah, everyone has an ego." I was like, "Okay, tell me what an ego is." So the point is, you can't touch it, taste it, feel it, smell it, or see it. It's a word. It does not exist in the real world. It's not material. So it's an abstract concept. And basically, what I'm trying to say is all communication is hypnosis. You have this Freudian concept. It just doesn't exist. So there is a unity.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I agree. Because recently I was talking to my friend about it. Because I did this book called How to Meet Yourself. And there's a whole chapter on meeting your ego, and you have to name it. So I named mine Samantha. So I was talking to my friend Marcus. I feel like, and then Samantha said this, and I told Samantha this, and like we would talk about in those terms. But then he's like, it's really funny that you're talking to it as if it's a person. But he's like, but I hope you know, Rachel, it's it's just an illusion. There is really no ego. You can just, that's how you resolve it. But also, do you know Heron Stone on this app? Because he's constantly saying all communication is hypnosis as well. Wait, did you disappear?
Yeah, I know Heron Stone. And him and I have, I'm a big Alan Watts listener, reader. And Alan Watts says that we're all God in drag, that you are the prima causa or the creator. So what are you worrying about? You just, and then in one of the lectures, it's called I'm Being God. Somebody says, so your only power is to know who you are. He's like, well, he says, that's saying quite a bit. So if you really know who you are and you think you're going crazy, you are essentially projecting too much. You're just not being here now. And so your material world, I like to just use a squirrel as a good spirit animal because I live and there's a lot of squirrels on my property and I'm always watching them. They're just super organizers and they're super loving to each other and they play. They're like a perfect example of how you need to be, which, squirrels can't be creative. I mean, they're creative with their nesting and all that stuff and everything else. But what I'm saying is organize, and be creative. And that'll pretty much fix a lot of like neuroses or pathology or whatever you want to say in terms of like your brain. But that's why I say reading books is one way to unfuck yourself. And a psychologist, a therapist, a talk therapist cannot do that for you. You can, because Clubhouse is free talk therapy. So you could go to a talk therapist and do Jungian analysis or Freudian analysis for 20 years. But unless you actually start doing the neuroplasticity work, which is called reading a book, all the talk therapy in the world isn't going to unfuck you or make your life change in terms of action and outcome. Income, how are you going to change your income? Because that's the biggest thing is you need money. Otherwise, anxiety goes up. Because money is magic paperwork. So the more magic paperwork you have, if you're smart, your anxiety goes down. You're able to create a greater equilibrium. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to my kitchen, but I'll be back. Go ahead, say what I can hear you, but I'm not gonna be able to chat for the next few minutes.
Okay. God, that brought up several things for me. I'll say one, a big reason why I'm not being as present. It's like I'm hyper aware of what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, but I don't know. I think it's just because I should stop jumping around. Okay, let me go back to my first point. So what's happening? What is bringing me out of just being in the present and just vibing and chilling is I'm missing somebody, right? And so the act of it's like I'm not gonna judge it. It's not bad to miss somebody, but the mechanics of what is going on is I'm causing a separation. So like in the oneness model, we're all like mirrors of each other. We're all whole, like all of us are part of a whole, right? And when you're in that connection, that space, and understanding that, it's beautiful. But then when you start missing someone, it's because you're attached to that person. And then the missing in and of itself, because you're attached, makes you separate from that person, and you're no longer vibing in this wholeness energy, right? And so yeah, so I know I'm making it worse, and I know the separation is an illusion in my mind. And my intuition also, I just know, because he's a movie producer, right? He's filming a movie right now. And he says he'll be free again once the movie wraps up. But I'm sitting here being so impatient and then missing him and then beating myself up because I'm like, oh, he doesn't miss me as much. Oh, he's not even talking to me right now. Oh, this, and I start like woes me shit, right? Anyway, but for me, just saying it out loud right now to you helps relieve some of that pressure, because then I think how silly you're being, Rachel. Like, you're being really silly right now. Just chill out. But, and then the other thing I was going to say was, about Ellen Watts. Yeah, years ago, I was really, and I struggle with this to this day. Sometimes I'm okay, but I occasionally have bouts of getting scared about dying, like that. And so 2019, one of my friends had said, or was it earlier, 2017 maybe, one of my friends sent me some of his stuff, and so I really enjoyed it, and I've listened to it on some of Aaron Stone's rooms. But yeah, he's really great, and I think that's where I'm most finding myself aligning or vibing with as well. So yeah. Oh, and I forgot the therapist thing. Yeah, so I have a really good therapist who I started working with in 2019. She was my 7th one, so I've been through a lot of shitty ones. And yeah, the thing that I benefited from it, but only because I also have dedicated myself to doing the work. So I've read lots of books, done lots of workbooks, I've done workshops.
Can you take your time?
Sure, yes. I've listened to podcasts, I've talked to people, I've just done the work, and that is, and it's been really apparent. Like, if you met me in 2019 versus now, you would just see the exponential growth or whatever. So I do, like, yeah, find a great therapist, but also find one that believes in you doing the work as well. Because a lot of the books I read were at her recommendation. So yeah.
Yeah, I used to go by the name therapist on this app. And if you look at it, it's kind of like I don't know, a hidden name, the rapist. So, words have these dual meanings, and you can just waste a lot of time with therapy and the therapist, because like my friend who is on Adderall, his therapist is gay. And so he has these gay conversations with his therapist, every week, and he's getting high on Adderall. Like, I mean, I've been through boot camp. Like, a lot of people just need to stop with their emotional communication and go to the gym, read a book, smoke a joint, have a beer, masturbate, come, and go to sleep. And then you're like, how much longer am I going to do the word game for? So that's the big Heron Stone and Alan Watts thing, where silence is the secret, because our words is not the real world. So the real world is your car, it's your house, it's your clothes, it's the street, it's the trees, it's the birds, it's the food, it's the material. So the words just make us live in these abstract thought echo chambers, which are not helping us for productivity, gain, joy, splendor, growth of your, your nest. So I don't know. It's really like a return to nature to focus in on organizing the organizing. Be a community organizer, be a self organizer. Yeah, I mean, you have no choice. Like, otherwise, it's just schizophrenic, schizzy thinking, because like you're just always thinking. That's the problem. Is how, and so if you can't teach a course on meditation, you have to try at least at some point to try to teach a course on meditation to people, to try to really cut through the words and the abstract games. And the people are addicted to it on this app. They're addicted to debate.
Oh yeah.
It's the internet debate addiction. I'm addicted to it, but at the same time, like I'm doing yoga, I'm, playing music, like I'm being creative. And so I talk to all these other people on this app here, and I'm just like, God, you guys are just like balls of anxiety, just talking about the most useless stuff under the sun. It's like everybody's a child. It's like, did you people not go to college? Are you guys gonna literally come on this app 7 days a week and talk about the dumbest stuff in the world? Read a fucking book.
You know what's it's interesting or funny because I bet they think they're being ultra deep, right? And so something I talked to my friend Marcus on this app is about I used to think that pursuing these things, these spiritual things or whatever, that it would make me be a deeper, quote unquote, deeper person and go more in depth. But that's the problem. That it's actually a lot more simple. And through my overthinking, it appears to be quote unquote deep, but it's actually really shallow, is the paradox or whatever that I've realized. So my friend Marcus is big on talking about that, how he's like, according to most people, he's like, I would be considered shallow. He's like, I really try to simplify everything to certain basic ideas. I try to bring it, like he's big on the oneness model as well. He's like always trying to bring it back to that. And the overthinking is definitely my problem. I'm in my head a whole lot, and I've worked on it, and it's gotten better. And on my good days, when I'm doing the meditation, the yoga, doing, all the spiritual quote unquote hygiene, that's as my friend calls it, spiritual hygiene. Going to the gym, blah blah blah. I remember I'm great, and I can be really present with my kids, with my art, with whatever I'm doing. But for me, because I feel like a child learning to walk again for the first time, it is sometimes I get caught back in my old patterns. So yeah.
But see, the thing about religion or magic is it is science. We are all experimenting with chemicals, with foods, with environments, with books, with relationships. So we are all scientists. And, I think this app is a great diagnostic tool as well as a scientific experiment of environmental observation. If C.G. Jung and Freud and all the famous psychotherapists could listen in on all these sessions, they would, they'd probably be disappointed because they're like, we failed humanity. Because, you can go into a lot of rooms and houses here and you're just like, holy fuck, this is chaos. Rage, anger, vulgarity beyond belief. Just like you can tell how tortured many people are in their lives based on the insanity that they say, because that it's not functional. You can't get a job based on the way a lot of people talk on this app. I mean, they're just ghetto. It's just ebonic, bubonic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I hear people rage out on each other over stupid little things on this app, I'm like, oh boy, that is really sad.
I mean, I know a lot of it is performative, and they're intentionally being psychotic, but at the same time, you're like, you do it all the time. So clearly you have a personality disorder. Who's going to want to hire you knowing that you're on here screaming all the time? And now I may be projecting, but anyways, I usually always think about one person. Anyway, so let me read to you this Lao Tzu Tao Te Ching because it's very raw. and I think it's going to be very helpful for you. And if you don't have a copy, also there's a corollary to it. It's called the Shin Shin Ming. It says, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Stop thinking, end your problems, know where you came from, and settle all your problems. It also says there's no past, no future, and no present. That should bring you into the now or into Zen. Okay, so this is Lao Tzu Dao De Jing. This is a hypnosis. All communication was hypnosis. Okay. So take the deepest breath of the day through your nose. The highest virtue is not virtuous. Therefore, it truly has virtue. The lowest virtue never loses sight of its virtue. Therefore, it has no virtue. The highest virtue takes no action, yet it has no reason for acting this way. The highest humanity takes action, yet it has no reason for acting this way. The highest righteousness takes action, and it has its reasons for acting this way. The highest propriety takes action, and when no one responds to it, then it angrily rolls up its sleeves and forces people to comply. Therefore, when the way is lost, only then do we have virtue. When virtue is lost, only then do we have humanity. When humanity is lost, only then do we have righteousness. And when righteousness is lost, only then do we have propriety. As for propriety, it's but the thin edge of loyalty and sincerity, and the beginning of disorder. And foreknowledge is but the flower of the way, and the beginning of stupidity. Therefore, the great man dwells in the thick and doesn't dwell in the thin, dwells in the fruit and doesn't dwell in the flower. Therefore, he rejects that and takes this. Of those in the past that attained the one, heaven by attaining the one became clear, earth by attaining the one became stable, gods by attaining the one became divine, valleys by attaining the one became full, marquis and kings by attaining the one made the whole land ordered and secure. Taking this to its logical conclusion, we would say, if heaven were not by means of it clear, it would, I'm afraid, shatter. If the earth were not by means of it stable, it would, I'm afraid, let go. If the gods were not by means of it divine, they would, I'm afraid, be powerless. If valleys were not by means of it full, they would, I'm afraid, dry up. And if marquises and kings were not by means of it noble and high, they would, I'm afraid, topple and fall. Therefore, it must be the case that the noble has the base as its root, and it must be the case that the high has the low for its foundation. Thus, for this reason, marquises and kings call themselves the orphan, the widower, and the one without grain. This is taking the base as one's root, is it not? Therefore, they regard the large numbers of carriages as having no carriage, and because of this they desire not to dazzle and glitter like jade, but to remain firm and strong like stone. When the highest type of men hear the way with diligence, they are able to practice it. When average men hear the way, some things they retain and others they lose. When the lowest type of men hear the way, they laugh out loud at it. If they didn't laugh at it, it couldn't be regarded as the way. Therefore, there is a set saying about this that goes, the bright way appears to be dark, the way that goes forward appears to retreat, the smooth way appears to be uneven, The highest virtue is empty like a valley. The purest white appears to be soiled. Vast virtue appears to be insufficient. Firm virtue appears thin and weak. The simplest reality appears to change. The great square has no corners. The great vessel takes long to complete. The great tone makes little sound. The great image has no shape. The way is great but has no name. Only the way is good at beginning things and also good at bringing things to completion. Reversal is the movement of the Tao. Weakness is the function of the Tao. The things of the world originate in being, and being originates in non being. The way gave birth to the one gave birth to the two gave birth to the three, and the three gave birth to the 10,000 things. The 10,000 things carry yin on their backs and wrap their arms around yang. Through the blending of qi, they arrive at a state of harmony. The things that are hated by the whole world are to be orphaned, widowed, and have no grain. Yet kings and dukes take these as their names, thus with all things. Some are increased by taking away, while some are diminished by adding on. Therefore, what other men teach, I will also consider and then teach to others. Thus, the strong and violent do not come to a natural end. I will take this as the father of my studies. So that's just like the first couple pages of the Tao Te Ching, and that's one translation. I've got many books that are, you read it, you're like, damn, it's like a totally different book. But supposedly it's, a translation of the same text. But that's the way English translators do it, yeah.
I think I know who you are. Are you John Kitover?
Yeah.
Okay. I just realized that as you were reading.
Yeah, I would encourage you to try to like get that book or other books like that and read it like you're an actress, because it's called Kirkcardian or whatever hypnosis, and you can like read real choppy, and the hypnosis doesn't work. But if you do it like a flow, basically what you're doing is singing when you read a script. So if you're an actress and you want to do art, yeah, do hypnosis production, read these really hypnotic transcendental documents. And that's the thing about what Alan Watts was doing is he is a self-actualization publisher or a self-realization hypnotist in many ways. So it's a shtick. And some people just want to talk about sports all day long. I'd rather talk about this stuff all day long. But to me, this is the ultimate hypnosis stuff. It's all self-actualization. So create these audiobooks.
Sorry, no, I was gonna say was that like that is free, both freeing and liberating. But for me, not anymore. But at first, it was also really scary for me because when you realize that you're self-actualizing, you're like, oh, I'm responsible. I am accountable. Like, that that can be kind of intimidating at first. Like,
Either way, you gotta pay the piper. You gotta balance your books. That's what everybody's doing. You have listen, when you get on the treadmill at the gym, or the elliptical, I really like this. It's called pedal, which is program, enter, time, and level. Technically, those are the four variables that everybody's operating on. And I realized that while I was on the elliptical machine, I was like, fuck, pedal is like a perfect acronym for what everybody's dealing with. You have to choose the program. You have to hit the enter button to start it. The time, how long you want to do it, and at what level. So if you think about, what you're doing the rest of the night tonight, if you meditate on that, if you meditate on what you're going to do tomorrow, and tomorrow before you do it or while you're doing it, it's really just be here now. Like, how do you maximize, your time? Pedal, program, enter, time, and level. So To me, reading these books before I go out, is like one way for me to go into a bar setting where there's 30 girls and be very happy, to not have any anxiety because I just read a bunch of very powerful wisdom. And all those girls are doom scrolling. And I'm there smiling and happy, not doom scrolling, because I took the time to read these magic things called books.
Yeah, I'm a big book reader, and it's funny because my friends used to tease me because they would want to go out to like a bar or a club, and I would bring a book with me in my bag, and they were like, what on earth are you doing? Like, it just became, they would tease me about it, but I was like, there's sometimes I go and I get so tired of the conversation, but I don't really want to go back home. I still like being part of the community, but I would just get my book out and read. They were like right at the bar or the club. Yeah. Oh God, my kid. Okay, I'm glad you're doing that. Have fun.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2.
Wow. Are you a single mom or are you married?
2-year-old. No, I'm not married.
Do you have
yeah.
do you like have a relationship? Do you have like, income from your ex or your baby daddy or daddies?
Well, one of them are garnishing the wages from because he did not provide it himself. And then the other parent has just been dodging all the paperwork this whole time. So that's one thing I'm working on right now is like, well, I don't know. Actually, what I'm working on right now is actually a mental health symposium that I'm putting together for here in my town.
Mm-hmm.
And my vision board is grand. I have a grand vision for it. But I'm trying to take it one step at a time so that I don't get overwhelmed, But eventually I want to start a nonprofit that's connected to the event. And so eventually gets to the point where the nonprofit brings in income for me, at least. But that's going to be years off. I'm building that right now. So in the meantime, And one thing, it's interesting because you mentioned like getting organized and building the nest and all that.
Wait, let me interrupt you real quick and just tell you this, that go look at St. Jude's advertising, how they use midgets and like cancer children. And if you want to jumpstart your business, just fucking clone what St. Jude does because they have. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
No, that's a good point. One thing growing up, I've realized that I've had a lot of bad beliefs about money. Lately I've been trying to work on like reframing how I think about it, reframing my connection to it because I grew up, even though we were in a religious cult or whatever, it was liberal politically. And it was always bashing the rich this, the rich that, having money this, having money that. It was all, and then like we were instructed to donate more than a tithe. We had to donate most all of our income to the church, and keeping it for ourselves, it was just bad, right? So that has totally affected me. I for years I was just like, nah, I don't care about money. I don't want money. I don't need money. Money's evil. And it's like, no, Rachel, you idiot. like, what are you doing? So anyway, it's like now I want movies to make my documentaries. Now I want.
Okay, so the thing about money though is you have to understand that all those symbols are sacred Freemasonic symbols of the divine, of the all, of the one, of the, so that's the thing about money but it's also artwork. It's a canvas. I paint $1 bills. I'll take a dollar bill and I'll draw all kinds of things on it and paint it and frame it and sell it. And a dollar bill can become $100 bill because now it's a painting in a frame. So transmutation, or really the study of those sacred symbols, will help you really with love, joy, peace, equilibrium, harmony, unity with the one, and the ability to converse it. So, it's a shtick though. Like you can't prove to me that the universe is one. You can't really, it's just, those are words. So, but again, it's very therapeutic and hypnotic. So my point is that regardless of what business you do or what kind of nonprofit charity you do, you technically have to become a videographer. and YouTube is the way. So if you spend your time creating videos, and I create like probably 100 videos a day for many years now. The point is, I know I'm still just an amateur, but if you're like an actual really smart person, you can create amazing videos which will not fail because they're that good. But you have to find these formulas. Yeah, there's algorithmic formulas of success that the algorithm will reward you because you're putting out basically what it wants and what people want. The algorithm will reward you based on the fact that people watch your shit. So that requires you to do experimentation and create a lot of videos. Um, and that's your destiny. That's everyone's destiny.
Yeah, I've been doing these little like check-in videos. Well, I started doing them first because I was working on a documentary about the cold, and then the DP was like, "Hey, Rachel, it would be really cool if you document your progress while making the documentary. So like behind the scenes, like things that come up for you, memories, technique, this, whatever. Like just so I started doing these check-in videos, right? Then I started doing them just check-in videos about my life, like because I I was in a cult. I have psychosis. I've had major psychotic breaks that like landed me in the hospital. I have like 2 kids. I'm trying to be a filmmaker. Like I just have all this good content, right? And so I've been doing these little videos and just holding on to them and not fully sure what I'm going to do with that. But just like my friend had said, you can be doing these check-in videos about your life, and over time, you start a pattern will emerge from all the footage. A story will unfold, and then you'll probably have a better idea what to do with it. But it's interesting. So one thing I did, I had a recent bout with depression, which I pulled myself out of that, fortunately, faster than I ever have before. But at the pinnacle of this recent bout, I was having a breakdown, basically, and depressed and upset and emotional. And I freaking got my camera out, so I just recorded it in cinematic mode and looked at the chair and pretended I was talking to myself or whatever. So it's an interesting video. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. But so I'm just like, because I feel like nobody really gets the real raw footage of what it's like to have a breakdown. So maybe it'll help people who are supporting somebody who has depression, let's say, understand what the kinds of things they go through. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I probably treat, I mean, not probably, I treat my depression with beer and orange juice and cannabis and coffee and the gym and books. But I gotta say, taking chemicals like bupropion, um, lithium, and all the pharmaceutical products. If that's all if that's what you're taking, but you're not going to the gym and you're not eating right and you're not getting any sun and you're not reading any psychotherapeutic books or making yourself smarter, like you're just poisoning yourself. Like you're literally just gonna make yourself collapse in a health crisis. Like your body can't metabolize and process, let alone your brain isn't getting smarter and doing any plasticity work. So that's the problem with a lot of these psychologists and psychiatrists. It's like they don't have a library attached to them. So you're just relying on a dietary change as opposed to any type of psychological inclusion or addition to who and what you are. You are a codex of DNA, and the information you ingest is transcribed real time genetically. So if you can't, you know, get the education you need, you can't get the books you need because you're too distracted with all the technology, all the screens, all the polls, all the mom. So, in Judaism, there's something called Hit where you get an hour of privacy to pray and to study. So I would just encourage you to like find some way to be able to detach from everything you're doing and like get that good sacred book and just make a recording of yourself reading it and then listen to yourself reading that audiobook and program yourself on your own voice and on the book. The word and the book.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
It's a secret.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so So for me with meds, I was so opposed to them at first. Okay, Izzy, you're crazy, girl. My kid got a gift for her birthday. It's this doll scientist that talks when you press the heart button. And she asked me if she could give it a makeover, and I was like, sure. She decided to get nail polish and paint half the body, including the face, red nail polish, and the other side blue nail polish. Which my mom, I let my kids be creative in those ways my mom would never let me. It was always like, no glitter, no this, no that, no messing up your toys by painting on them. And so I'm like, they're just objects. They're just toys. Like, I don't really care if she paints over the face. Like, it's not hurting anybody, and it's her way to express herself,
Well, red and blue.
But
Listen, art is the way, Like, I do a lot of artwork, and, in the tarot, art is one of the sacred, it's one of the sacred pulsations. Like, this is a vibration and a pulsation. Your life is a huge pulsation. So, how do you modify the pulsation? You modify it with art. You modify it with beauty. You modify it with intelligence, with understanding, with integrated knowledge, with comprehension, with substances. I mean, you're technically always creating an amalgamation and a binding. Like, you're doing it every day when you eat, But in the spiritual realm, what you're trying to do is glue yourself to God, or or glue God to you. So that's the thing, is God just brings peace. So, with your children, like it's if you study God every day, it's like riding a bicycle. If you stop studying God, look at Elmer's glue down there. When you stop studying God, it's like you can never forget how to you can never forget how to ride a bicycle, but you can't forget God. You can.
Yes, no, you're right.
Yeah.
I was gonna say was that medicine. So I was so opposed to pharmaceuticals for the longest time, and then I thought I would give them a try. And so in full disclosure, I am on some right now, but from the get go, like, this is my reason why I love her. She impressed upon me how, look, just taking the medicine, like, she knew I was resistant, so she didn't push it. She's like, I'm a firm believer that, like, you can do all this without the med. But she said that sometimes, like for me, going through the cult trauma, that's a huge thing to bounce back from. Also, I did do a genetic test. I have this. It's called the MTHFR gene, but like the motherfucker gene, right? Is what its nickname is. It's a gene that codes for an enzyme that's used in the process of making, the happy chemicals, dopamine, serotonin, stuff like that. I make 50% less of it than the regular population. But again, the thing she told me from the beginning was like, look, she is a firm believer in, if you need the meds to jumpstart your healthy habits, then use it for that. But know that it's not a cure-all. That she pressed upon me from the beginning that I'm going to have to do the work, and it involves much more than just medicine. So yeah. So I really appreciate her, and she's constantly recommending books to me and workbooks that have helped her, and even podcasts, stuff like that. She'll direct me to. So I really loved her for that. And I have talked to her about one day I want to get off the meds. The only one I think I can eventually get off the antidepressants, but the only one I worry about is the ones that suppress my psychosis. But like, I'm also of two minds about psychosis. One of the things I want to do in this life is do a TED Talk called "What Psychosis Taught Me," because I don't view it as all bad. I view it, and now, as just a part, like a superpower, right? And so, speaking of words and vibrations and all that, I was recently talking to a friend. She was like, "Can you tell me more about psychosis? I'm not totally clear on that, what it is." And so I explained about schizophrenia and psychosis and things to her. And at the end, she goes, "Wow, you just made it sound beautiful. Like, everybody else, they're scared of it. They're ignorant of it, right?" And I said, well, our life, like, we're the author of our lives. So if I want to choose a narrative for this is how I view my psychosis, then why not pick one that beautifies, that edifies, that is positive? Why, if I'm in control of the narrative,
Well, I mean, you could pretend to be a professor, but life is so short. Just read the books, read the words, create the audiobooks, because what you're really doing is you're still local. Like, no matter what you, I'm just saying that the library is the PhD in psychology. The spirituality section with the 150 books that are most likely in your library, like, I think reading every Friday night with a glass of wine and recording it is like the best thing you can do for neuroplasticity. That's what the Jews do. So, a small glass of red wine with a book and a recording will put you into the firmament. It's the stars, because you're talking about a very random chance that you are even alive, and the random chance that these people are alive and that they wrote these books. And it's sitting in your library, or it's sitting on Amazon and eBay. I mean, I'm surrounded by 10 bookshelves right now, and I'm just saying that I don't even touch these books, but my plan is to go through them all. I read some of them. But what I'm saying is, it ultimately is the same hypnosis no matter what. So it's still like the squirrel analogy, where you have a kid at your side, you have a mortgage to pay, you have a rent check to pay, you got all these utilities, you got all these things you got to juggle. The metaphor is the juggler. You do have to be the juggler. And if you were to talk, to a black guy on this app, yeah, you'd see, man, I'm a motherfucking, I'm a pimp, I'm a player, I'm old. It's the same thing. It's the juggler, but the juggler is the magician. So the four elements of the magician, or the four tools, is the sword, the cup, the pentacle, and the wand. So those four things, are just metaphors, but you are a cup, and what you listen to on this app is what you're filling your cup with. What you read on this app is what you're filling your cup with. What you say, what you hear, what you see, you're the cup. And how do you modify it, so.
Yeah, it started, okay, well, earlier this year, I took a 3-month kind of opportunity to just do intense meditation all the time, and I stayed off Clubhouse for that time, that duration, for the most part. I still participated in what's called, Star Trek Sundays, because I still found value in that, but I'm not even a part of that anymore. But anyway, so I would take my kids to school, right? Because I still live in this world as a mortal. And so I would take my kids to school. I mean, I would get up before they got up, actually, do some meditation, have my coffee, take them to school, come back, do some more meditation, work a little bit at my work at home job, then do some more meditation. And then, it was just constant, a lot of meditation, a lot of staying off Clubhouse. And I was changing my diet as well, and I was trying to limit.
But how are you meditating? Are you just doing mantras? Like, how are you doing yoga? How are you meditating?
Okay, I mix it up. But lately I've been doing these guided meditations. But I mix it up. So, when I was doing those intense meditations, I was including kirtan chanting, because my friend told me about. I don't know if I'm saying it right. KIERTAN, chanting. And then he sent me some songs that utilize that method, and they're really hypnotic. Yeah. And so what I was doing was, okay, first I was starting with my 5-minute guided meditation, and then I was actually doing tarot pulls, because what I was doing with the tarot card was pulling one and focusing, instead of looking up what it meant, just focusing on, okay, what is this supposed to mean? And let me ponder that during my meditation. So I might do that. Then I started doing the kirtan chanting and seeing, learning how to do it. And so I would do that, and that's what leveled it up to be really intense. Where I was like, God, it feels like I'm communing with a divine being. And then I was like, wait, but I'm just communing with myself. And then I was like, but myself is a divine being, so therefore I'm still communing with a divine being. It was real intense, and I felt, yeah, it was amazing. But then the problem was, I did it too much, too often, and I started I'm not working the hours I'm supposed to. I'm losing money. So it was like, shit. I can't go overboard. So, but it was a really nice, it kind of was a big reset for me. It was really nice. So anyway, but sometimes, okay, so another practice I do this is for me. I may have gotten it from somewhere and not know, probably. But one time, I was feeling real anxious, because that's one of the things I deal with. And normally I would like distract myself from the anxiety. I would my main go-to, I would call somebody up on the phone to avoid feeling the anxiety. I would maybe eat ice cream or go to Goodwill or something. And one day I was like, no, Rachel, like you gotta just feel this, man. You gotta just sit with it. Like there's no way around it. Like stop trying to avoid it. And even doing a meditation, even though meditation is great, I was using it as a distracting tool away from my anxiety. So I was like, I'm gonna sit with my anxiety and it's stillness, complete stillness and silence. So I go sit or lay down, either sit or lay down. And I the first time I tried it, I was like, I'm gonna do this for 15 minutes, right? You know how hard it is to sit in pure silence for 15 minutes when you're not used to that? It was hard. So I couldn't even last 2 minutes without some thought coming in and bothering me, or some feeling restless and like I need to move my foot or something. So, but I timed myself. So I would do 2 minutes, then I did 5 minutes, then I did 10, then I did 15, then I did 20. And that exercise really helped me because one, I was increasing my resiliency, my ability to sit with discomfort. And I went on Facebook, okay, and I said this thing, and I didn't even know why I said it until I figured it out later. But what I said was, our capacity to hold discomfort is equal to our capacity to hold blessing. And when someone was like, what do you mean by that? I was like, I don't know. But then I came back a couple days later. I was like, what I mean is, for people who are used to shit happening, when things start happening that are good and blessing, it feels really unfamiliar and really uncomfortable. In the same way that when you're anxious, you feel really uncomfortable. And so if you can sit with discomfort, the longer you can is equal to the amount of blessings you can endure, if that makes sense. And so anyway, so then the other thing it taught me was I was safe, because I used to panic about the anxiety. I would start feeling the anxiety, then I would be, oh gosh, I'm anxious, panic like something bad's gonna happen next. But sitting with it comfortably on my bed for 20 minutes and then going, hey, I'm done now, and whoa, I'm okay, I'm safe. So that's what it helped me to realize. Is like, stop panicking about your anxiety, you're just making it worse. And sit with your discomfort, because that's where the magic is, right? So yeah. Sorry, I know that was long.
Yeah. Yeah, I do a lot of yoga too. I go to the gym every day. I do yoga. That's like a huge balancing act. Builds physical strength. You're also working on your brain when you're doing it. Scott is sleeping. We have hypnotized him into a deep state of bliss and joy. Scott's dreaming of, joy and peace and happiness. So I have just a little more beer and grapefruit juice mixed up together. I'm going to do one more hypnosis reading for you. Comes from the Tanya. This is called Release from Bondage. In every generation and every day, you are obligated to regard yourself as if you had that day come out of narrowness. This refers to your release from the illusions of separateness and your absorption into the light of the blessed endless one. Abraham achieved release through his own effort, advancing in holiness by degrees, as it is written, and Abram journeyed going on and on. This is fine for Abraham, but you need not advance through your own effort, for God gifts you with release through Torah. To understand Torah is to realize your oneness with God, and in this way to be released from narrowness. When your desire for unity overwhelms your desire for separation, you are immediately absorbed in God. For spirit evokes spirit. This absorption is your coming out of narrowness. Okay, this is the commentary. In every generation, the Alter Rebbe adds, in every day we are obligated to regard ourselves as if we had that day come out of Mitzrayim. Mishnah Pesachim 10:5, Mitzrayim, Egypt, refers not simply to the historical land of the pharaohs, but is also a Hebrew pun on the word Zarim, which means narrow places. Zarim. Egypt represents those places in which you find yourself enslaved to false gods, ideas, harmful emotions, hurtful behaviors. Most systems of spiritual growth take the Abrahamic approach, encouraging you to free yourself from Mitzrayim step by step. But the Alter Rebbe is offering a different view. You are already free. You just don't realize it. Today, this very moment, you are one with God. Today, this very moment, you can achieve Da'at, Devakut, the realization of this oneness. There is nothing you have to do except to stop insisting that things are other than they are. You are like a person dying of thirst who sits next to a tall glass of cool, fresh water. So convinced are you that there is no water, you completely ignore the reality right in front of you. You don't have to ask for water or fetch it yourself. All you have to do is stop ignoring the water that is offered and drink, and when you do drink, your thirst is gone immediately. It is the same with God's oneness. As soon as you realize the presence of God in and as all things, including yourself, your sense of separation and the anxiety it produces are gone. This is what Tanya calls spirit, evoking spirit. For you realize you are God, calling to God. Scott has gone to God, and God is here with us.
No, I put in the chat, like, in other words, stand still and shut up, because like, when you said, there's nothing you just have to realize there's nothing you have to do. It's like, yeah, just stand still, shut the hell up.
Yeah, be silent. It's kind of interesting, like, the word Torah or Torah, it's to Ra. It's just so crazy how we have that word Ra. It comes up a lot. Not a lot, but, you know. What are some other examples with Ra? Okay, so I don't even know if I'm going to go out tonight because it's really cold outside. I'm being lazy, and my friend has not texted
I
me
really
to tell me back.
You said, like, read and drink some wine. I, like, really miss wine. I gave up drinking last year.
Well, damn.
It's been a whole year.
See, that's what I don't understand is how do you decide to take some powdered pill from some manufacturing plant that some chemists match process versus drinking like a Francis Ford Coppola, which is drawn from all these trees and bushes and put into a giant, thing. And it's like, to me, a glass of red wine, it can be medicinal, but you gotta pair it.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, but my problem was when I would go through. No, Isadora, this is the one I bought this because you guys keep using it and messing it up. This is mine. Go get the other one. Okay, I'll go find you one. Also, I asked you not to bring this by my nose because it gives me a headache. Okay. No, my problem is that I will be really good just having a glass of wine, maybe one glass a night, whatever. Then if I like get triggered or something happens, like a crisis, I start. Izzy, I don't know where it is, honey. It's gone. It's gone.
I understand, you know, one glass leads to two, two leads to three, but the point is that how the hell do you compare the ingestion, the consumption, the ingredients, and think that what you're doing with a lot of psychiatrics is actually good for your body or your brain? Because in many ways, I think you can fix your brain in terms of psychosis, neuroticism, anxiety, depression. There's a book by Crowley called Diary of a Drug Fiend. And so when you go through the spiritual journey, if you use drugs, you ultimately see the futility and the stupidity and the pointlessness of you know, destroying your body through the usage of smoking or snuffing or whatever. So, or shooting, you know, heroin or whatever. So I'm just saying there is a whole, you know, body of work and exploration into drug usage, addiction, self-actualization, unity with God. And so so that's why I question, you know, psychiatric medications and the claims that they make to treat, let alone the background why you believe you're medicated. Because one of the reasons why you said you're medicated is because you have basically PTSD from being in an abusive cult. So I'm just saying, once you go through that ridiculous, you know, the whole spiritual journey, if you can come to the summation or to the concept that you are God, which is basically manic, you know, but not like destructive manic. It's philosophical, which is just Gnosticism. So it's a philosophical concept. You know, it's easier to achieve Gnosticism or unity, in my opinion, with a glass of red wine and a joint and a book. You know, you could say that sex, you know, is a good metaphor. Or, anyways, go ahead. I'm just giving you
My kid was distracting me earlier, giving her something. So here, I have several things to say on this topic. So one is, when I did decide to try the pharmaceuticals, what really pissed me off was that apparently there's this test. It's a gene site test. It tells you which medicines you metabolize and which ones are going to cause bad side effects because of your genetics, right? And $350, which I didn't have, and anyway, nobody had told me about it anyway. Then I got lucky. I switched psychiatrists, and this one lady, I had been on a lot of meds that just messed me up. It made me worse, or it didn't help, or it just made me feel like a zombie. Then she's like, "Have you never taken this gene site test?" And I said, "No, nobody's even mentioned it to me. What is this thing?" So we did it, and sure enough, I was on all these meds that the test showed from right there that I would have bad effects from. So we finally got on a good cocktail or whatever. But my problem is stupid senior care, which is Medicaid out here. You have to fail 9 different medications in like 3 different categories or something like that before they will pay for the test, which is horrible. And you know why they do it that way? Because it allows the pharmaceutical companies to make money by treating us like guinea pigs. So I definitely have my issues. But what helped is the medicine helped jumpstart things so that I could start going into gym, that I could start getting back to reading, that I could do yoga. You know what I mean? Like, it jumpstarted my ability to do all these healthy things. And I eventually, like I said, want to get off them. Now, with the alcohol, I don't know. I've been debating whether to go back to just drinking some wine, because for the most part, I can handle that. Like I said, it's just when crises happen, I will be a binge drinker and have blackouts and shit like that. So I thought maybe I should just stay away from it for now until I get my head in order. Like, once I'm healthier mentally, then I can probably handle some wine, but like not right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you have if you have a history of being a blackout drunk and you know you're a blackout drunk, like, damn, yeah, avoid that shit. Because
and then with pot, the reason I don't smoke it anymore is because there were times that it like, I don't know, like either it contributed to my anxiety by making me more paranoid sometimes, or other times it kind of, when I was already manic and then smoking, Well, that was when I tried sativa because sativa would be an upper. But like when I did indica, I was fine. It was just, I was just always warned that hey, you already have a psychotic spectrum disorder. It may trigger
Well,
psychosis.
it can induce hyperverbalism and mania, and it's an inflation drug, but it's a psychotherapeutic if you do therapy with it. If you just ingest chemicals and you let your mind just fucking flow and roam free and you don't contain it with a book, that's why I talk to people at the bar all the time that use drugs. And I'm like, you don't read. I'm like, you're wasting your drugs. I'm like, you guys should read books if you're going to do drugs, because you're not doing any type of interior work. So it's like, people take pharmacology and psychiatric medications, but it's the same problem as your typical drug user. You're not doing any inner work. You're still just the same word box, but now with a chemical infusion. Like, you're not modifying your actual body physically through information. So how the hell can these chemicals make the claims that they claim to do? It's a marketing ploy. It's a scam. It's no different than anyways, you see what I'm saying? Like, whether it's like the books really are more important than the chemicals. I mean, you can rotate the chemicals, or you can, yeah.
Yeah, because oftentimes, because I've tried like psilocybin and LSD and stuff, and so I know that like these, like it can have similar effects as when I have my psychotic episodes. But something that I find interesting, what always precedes one of my episodes is like months and months of being obsessed by a topic, and then what I do is I go to the library, I check out like 30 to like 40 books at once, bring them all home, and I mean it's interesting because like last time, the last episode I had, it was time travel that consumed. So and the nature of time and all this stuff. So I got books, we got Stephen Hawking books, stuff about relativity, like all this. I just checked out like 30 to 40 books from the library. And for months, I furiously would take notes. And the problem is I get obsessive about it. And so it might be cool to learn, like someone might think, oh, that's really great. You to obsess about the topic and read about it. But it's like, I would be up at 3 in the morning. I'm taking notes for no apparent reason on this stuff. Like, what am I going to do with it? Go make a time travel movie? Like, what the heck am I doing? I have work the next day because that's school, right? So it's kind of disruptive. But I just find it funny because, like, you're saying people, when they're on these drugs, they should read the books. And it's funny because when I'm having my psychotic episode, I read the books. And actually, some of what I read about time travel is now going to be incorporated into a screenplay I'm working on. So I guess there was some good to being obsessed about it. But the other thing I was going to say was, okay, so I think psilocybin actually can be really beneficial to even people that have psychosis. And so it could be kind of a long story, but the long story short is when I would microdose with psilocybin, and it was great because it felt like even just a tiny bit helped me to relax. Like it felt like this ball of anxiety that I had on my shoulders all this time, it just dissipated. I was like, oh, I really like this feeling. This is cool. So then my friend was like, well, you want to do a bigger dose and do an actual ceremony, right? Where you set an intention and you're doing it in a ceremonial setting with sound bowls and this and incense and like not just for recreational fun. Do you want to like set this intention and go on this journey? And I said, absolutely. And I know like everybody advised me not to because of my psychosis, right? But I did it anyway. And it was a valuable learning lesson because I ended up doing 3.4 grams, which we were going to do 2.4. And then I was like, I'm not feeling this as intensely as I want. Can I have some more? So I took 3.4, which people are like, that's huge for like your first time. I was like, yeah, whatever. Anyway, it did trigger some psychosis. But my friend, they were really good sitters. They were actually helping me to breathe through it and relax and calm down. And when I would relax and calm down, I was seeing these profound, beautiful things. Everything I heard and saw was just spiritual and profound and beautiful. But as soon as I started getting scared and going, no, I'm having an episode, oh God, then everything turned dark. demonic, and I wanted to run away and I wanted to go drive in my car. But when they were bringing me back my attention to the present, to just sitting there and being in the moment and absorbing it, then I was calm, and I didn't even land in the hospital. It lasted like a day or day and a half, and it passed, which was amazing. So it was a valuable learning lesson to see, like, okay, so the next time I'm on the verge of having a psychotic break, if I can relax and calm down and be present, it'll pass sooner, it'll be more pleasant, it'll be beautiful and profound. But if I start freaking out because I'm having the episode, then that's when all hell breaks loose. And so it was cool to like realize I have that power to pull myself back. And so I think there's a lot to be studied there or learned there. But the only reason I don't experiment more right now is because I have kids and I can't afford to land in the hospital. But once my kids are grown and out of the house, I think psilocybin actually can really help, you know. But
Yeah, I've tried psilocybin. I mean, again, it doesn't make a difference to me whether you do cannabis, but I will say something about red wine is it's definitely a powerful neurotransmitter chemical, that you can put in to your system, and it does help with reading comprehension, speed of reading. It basically it's a spirit. So it's like if you want to be an actress and record an audiobook of a great wisdom book and use that to neurolinguistically program you for therapeutic reasons, a glass of red wine, I would, this is the Jewish way. It's the Kiddush cup. It's your
love
birth.
that. Yeah.
It's your birthright.
It does sound nice. But yeah.
So Scott is off in dreamland, imagining that he's 6'3", handsome, rich, powerful on a yacht, sailing through the Mediterranean on his way to his island castle, completely surrounded by 10 beautiful women in his presidential executive suite in his $800 million yacht that Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Bill Gates regularly rent from him because his podcast took off to the stars. CNN picked it up. The Deep State Patriots went on Netflix. Scott, are you with us still? He's probably drooling and sleeping. So somebody just called me for an apartment at
I'm
like.
barely awake.
Oh, okay. Somebody just called me for an apartment at like 10 o'clock. I'm like, yeah. Like, do you really think somebody wants to rent an apartment to you at 10 o'clock? But when you need an apartment, goddamn, you're gonna call.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? One of the books I want to read again, because I haven't read it for a while, is The Power of Now. I remember when I first read it. Oh yeah, cool. When I first read it, when I was barely starting to work on myself and do the inner work and all that, and I wasn't very spiritually minded, I was like, this is bullshit, and I can't grasp it. So I thought it was bullshit, right? But then years later, I read it again, and like I just seemed to understand it way better, and it was cool. But I've been thinking of rereading it, but now I might read. I need to write it down so I don't forget. What was the book you were reading from?
It's called Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu.
Okay, yeah.
It's the Book of Changes, or there's other ways to say it.
You know what I'm reading right now is How to Be the Love You Seek, and I wanted to read that because the holistic psychologist is her name. She blew up on Instagram, but before she got pretty well known, my therapist had years ago told me about this book called How to Do the Work, and it was all about that. It was all about how to do the inner work, how to confront yourself, how to do shadow work, all that kind of stuff. And there was a workbook that accompanied it. It really helped me. So she's written a second book called How to Be the Love You Seek, and there's a workbook to accompany it. So that's what I'm working on because I am working on embodying love itself rather than seeking it externally. Because anything that you seek externally, that's really dumb to do that. Because there's no, let's see, it's not guaranteed, and you're basing your contentment, your peace, and your happiness on something that's illusory and something that can be taken away at any moment. And so when you can learn to embody these qualities that we're looking for in others, then that's when, everything changes.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about love is that is the product or it is the outcome of the unity with the one. But I would also just say that backwards it spells evil. So a lot of people love to throw the love word around. But, love is action. It's not word, it's not just talk, it's action. And so, like you said, you got one baby daddy on garnishment and the other baby daddy you can't get on garnishment. So, you know, like action would be having them both on garnishment.
Yeah, the first situation was definitely not a love situation at all. I'll just leave it at that. There is legal involved. So anyway, then the second time, I really did think I really thought I loved her dad. But I realize now, upon reflection and upon time elapsing or whatever, I don't think it was really that for me. But anyway, yeah.
Well, what is love to you then?
I actually wrote a whole poem about it. Do you want to hear it?
If Elon Musk wants to buy a car from Tesla, yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, let me pull it up. It's called Love Is the title. So because I published this book of poems last year, so you can get it on Amazon or Barnes and Noble, and one local store where I live. And it's called Seasons and Musings. And yeah, here's my poem on love. Okay. Love is dynamic, able to bend, twist, and turn. Love expands infinitely to hold all that a person
a robot
could ever
factory
be.
where
Love
this is the shape of the land on which we're going to construct the building. Can you design the most efficient layout to maximize the number of optimists being pumped out of it? And you could just sit there, think it through, validate it, and then give you a layout.
But we have to be pretty far away from that because going back to that Dota example, the physics were there, right? You didn't need VO, you didn't need 3D physics because Dota is a 2D game that's like pretty constrained in terms of its game space, but it's still, it still can be a 5-on-5 team because I think once you get 5-on-5, there were too many different moves. Am I right in my kind of intuition and thinking that we're like very, 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 very far from that, or no?
I think we have opinions that differ on this because I would argue the AI that beat Dota is not the state of the art. It wasn't.
So, like, if you were to put that in ChatGPT, can you do that and then, like, say, can you give me a summary of this?
Okay, yeah.
Or even ask ChatGPT to rewrite it in like old Victorian English and make it more flourishing or something, like spice it up because that so essentially you can write your own hypnosis documents with ChatGPT, and it's just like having access to a free book all the time for hypnosis scripts. I like the hypnosis business, because many people are intrigued by it, and there is a sucker born every minute. So, like, if you have ever been to a coffee shop and you'll see a business card for a hypnotist, and you call that hypnotist and you get them on the phone, the way they talk to you is so hypnotizing. It's hilarious because they are technically saying the same thing to you that they've said to like 1,000 people before you. If they're really pulling their shtick.
Okay, so first, do you want me to tell it to summarize it, or tell it to summarize it in Old Victorian English?
No, just say, can you summarize this poem in 3 sentences, 2 sentences, and 1 sentence?
Okay. One
That's
sentence,
phenomenal,
2
right?
sentences,
But again,
3
everything that's
sentences.
happening at that level could happen at a higher level, right? Like you can imagine gears and.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so it did it. Ready? Which one should I read first?
I don't know, just read whatever.
Okay, so in one sentence it says, love is a transformative, selfless force that brings freedom, depth, and vulnerability, revealing a profound connection beyond fear. So that's one sentence. Okay. Then 2 sentences says, love is ever-changing, boundless, and selfless, offering freedom and fulfillment through surrender. It thrives in vulnerability, uncovering layers of ourselves and deepening the connection even when we fear loss. And now 3 sentences. Love is a dynamic, infinite force that holds all we are and offers freedom through selflessness and surrender. It is a journey of vulnerability, pulling back layers to reveal our deepest truths and desires. Even in our most exposed moments, love deepens, showing us we are cherished more than we imagine.
Yeah, there's like so much in there that, I mean, it's very complicated. It's like it's the thing is, the word love is God. It's a 4-letter word, not a 3-letter word. So, um,
Yeah, that's what Elizabeth Gilbert. I love Elizabeth Gilbert, but she thinks, she calls it love. Whatever her view of divinity is, it's for her it's love, and so I like that approach.
yeah, I mean, love is transcendent. It's transcendental. So, like that first statement by what it wrote is that, you overcome fear, which in many relationships, there's that fear because like you're exposed,
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's interesting. One thing I realized this year about myself, and it was through meeting this person that I have this deep connection and love for, but we can't really be together, unfortunately. Yeah, Izzy, I think so. But he awakened me to love again, and what I realized is that the thing that I claim I want more than anything, some like very loving relationship, deep soul connection with somebody, is actually the thing I'm most terrified of. And I never would have thought that. That it's like me, I miss vulnerability. I miss share and connect and this and that. Huh? But then when it comes to someone truly seeing me in that kind of relationship, it's partly the fear of the unknown because I've never had it, but it's also just the fear of like are they gonna love me when I'm psychotic? Are they gonna love me when I'm depressed? Like because I struggle with those things at times still, But like.
yeah, one of the things, like you said, you wanted to do a TED talk about, what you learned about what you learned through psychosis is that if you've been psychotic or manic or depraved or ridiculous or obnoxious or a super troll, and I'm not projecting here, I'm just saying you can detect psychotic behavior in other people. You can detect manic behavior in other people. You can detect incoherent speech from other people. Whether you're at the bar with a girl who had 6 shots of whiskey smoking a joint talking about how her fucking spirit animal is a swan, or you're on Clown House listening to somebody talking about obese black chicks screaming about how the Democrats and the liberals are all obese, and his name is Mr. Dr. Adams. You're going to hear crazy people doing a lot of performative shit. I take it all with a grain of salt. Until somebody commits an act of violence, and actually like punches me, pushes me, touches me, spits on me, yells in my ear, like I can withstand anything. There's that separation of touch versus talk. I can endure the talk. And I know that a lot of people like to gaslight and really want to tickle your feather and touch your tatas and give you a titty twister on this app or give you a titty twister in the bar. See, that's the thing about when you go to the bar now, after having been in 10,000 clubhouse rooms, having, fucking 5 years of talking on this stupid app, when you go to the bar, I don't even want to talk to people, to tell you the truth. I just want to listen what they're saying. And then I compare what they're saying to what I hear on Clubhouse, and you're like, it's the same shit. It's all, what?
I know.
It's the same conversation, yeah. So because it's all just dopamine.
There was a bar called the Library Bar, in downtown LA where I live, and I don't know if it's still there, but like you go there to read basically while you're in the bar. I liked that one. That was cool. Not everybody went there to read, of course, but like a lot of us did. So yeah. But what was I gonna say? There's something else I was gonna say too, and then my kids started crying. No, it's funny because when I say like worried about someone seeing me have an episode, let's say, would they stay with me or not? Because if I did have someone break up with me over an episode that I had, because they just couldn't handle it. So then I told myself, unfortunately, I told myself a story. I said that's gonna happen every time. And by telling myself that story, I'm ensuring that it will happen again. So I'm trying to change the narrative. But I wrote this poem that I thought was about asking other people. Like I wrote this part of the poem said, "Will you still love me in my madness? Will you still love me in my sadness?" And so I'm all thinking, oh cool, I wrote this nifty little poem about someone loving me in spite of all this stuff. Or because of it, let's say. I read it to my therapist and she's like, Rachel, you might want to have a second look. Because she said, it sounds kind of like I was asking myself if I can love those parts of myself. And I was like, interesting. I like that perspective. Then I showed it to my friend Marcus.
The distances, because all LIDAR is providing
now
is distance.
he's like,
If vision can provide you all that information, then all the neurons you dedicated, which basically would be like a doubling, right, of all, like if not more, because storing distance is probably more expensive from a bit standpoint, but irrespective, it's at least doubling all your input, which is another way of saying cutting your context window in half, right? Remember we were talking about context windows earlier. So it's not necessarily a good thing to double.
Yeah, I mean, the thing in this Shin Shin Ming document, which is like the third patriarch Zen, it says there is no future, there is no past, there is no present. So when you project, oh, I might have another psychotic episode. Like that's an abstract. It's still projection. There's only the now. You see? And when you know that, when you know that, like you got this. Like there's no breakdown in the future because there is no future. Chances are
I love that.
Yeah, chances are your situation now and how you feel now is gonna be your standard, your average. So, that's why I'm not
I think I broke the spell of it because I had an episode, 4 of them, 2 years apart, exactly all of them. And then I would have been due for one in 2024.